Hey everybody, welcome to the channel. My name's Animal. I am the prehistoric farmer. Hopefully you're all having a great morning. Kind of been busy yesterday afternoon and yesterday and stuff like that, so let's get to it, huh? Been having to do stuff for people, man. I hate being so nice sometimes. Alright, what do we got going on? Well, I'm gonna dig up some precious materials. We got a new piece of equipment that I added from a mods selection the other day. For some reason, the new miner thing from FS Miner, the scripts and stuff won't work. It says that it's not compatible with FS25. So I wrote them a note, let them know. Hopefully they can get that figured out. But I was able to manage to get a Komatsu added that is from their newest list, which I don't know if it works. Like I said, I added it. I haven't played with it. I added it yesterday. So we're going to give that a go today and see if that Komatsu, hopefully that Komatsu will work, because supposed to be a bigger loader. I don't know if the bucket's any bigger. I think it's 2,000 liters less than the one that I'm currently using, which is, I mean, it's not a big deal as long as it has the same uh, ability with it. You know what I mean? It'll work the same way that the other one does. As long as it don't make the funny noises, I'll be all right. But we'll find out in a minute. Yeah. How's everybody doing this fine Thursday morning? Short and sweet today. Short and sweet on these, making them super quick. Want to be in and out on this. I don't. I got some things I want to try to get done on here. But I also want to get some Call of Duty in today. I think I missed out on the zombies, which was yesterday, was their last day on that thing. Which I've been helping people, trying to help people work on their cars and crap. So is what it is. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. My one thing said we had 2 people watching. My counter over here says 0, which doesn't surprise me none. I pay for the thing and it doesn't work. Kind of ridiculous. I'm gonna put you guys on this so you guys have this guy here to look at for a minute. Oh, give me just a minute. Let me finish the sharing, and I'll be right back with you. You guys can tell I woke up and I jumped right into this today. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'm just putting this up for you guys. Back in a second. All right. So, as I was saying, we have a couple of new toys. I'm gonna come over here. We do have a couple of new toys. We got this one right here, the Komatsu. It doesn't have a bucket with it. So that's why I'm saying I'm hoping that this is gonna work because the bucket don't come on this, and I thought that I thought it would have. Ha! Look at that. I'm taking her off at two different colors. We're making her unique. Oh, yes. And then the rim colors. Well, what about custom? That's favorites. Komatsu white. White. How do I get a pearl white? That's what I want. I want like a pearl white. That I've been using. See, why can't I choose it to be a different, you know what I mean? Why can't I choose a white that leans more toward the orange? We come over here like this. Ooh, that looks nice and metallic. That looks nice metallic. That looks awesome. Ooh, I don't want to name it that. That'll sound bad. What is that? That's almost like a whitish gray, right? That's not even a. That's not a chrome, but it's not a. Hmm. I'm doing this chromatic. Don't ask what it means. I don't know. It's a word that I either heard or somehow put together when I was younger, and it just sounded cool. I don't know, but chromatic. I don't know why. I need to look that up to see if that's actually a word. Oh yeah, that looks almost like the white that I had on my for the other big toys that I had. Let's go with that. Looks nice. Old dogs. I should have just called it old dog. I've been the only one playing on here. Oh, yuck. See what that looks like. I could see that just getting super dirty. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go back to black, man. You know what they say, once you go black. We're going with that. That's a nice color. I absolutely love that. So let's see how... I did buy that, right? I have this feeling that I didn't buy it after going through all that trouble. I did hit the wrong freaking button. SOB. Son of a biscuit. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Let's give this... Oh man, it almost matches the Hitachi that I bought the other day that I never used yet. I bought that because I want to be able to put him down into the hole. Yeah. I want to be able to put him into the hole and then pull up to the edge and just dump the material into him. Nice shabby. This does only hold 12,000 liters compared to the one that I have right now that holds 14,000. Do you hear that? Oh my god. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. What is that? Why is the ground shaking and the trees are rattling? What's going on? It sounds like they unleashed the beast. This beast. Best watch out. Sir. I go this way. Gotta go this way, man. Gotta go this way. I'm thinking about putting in a secondary concrete shop so that way we're getting the cement bags out quicker. Because I filled that concrete shop up, right? We got it started a while ago. It hasn't even produced enough. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to put in that small one that also uses wood chips as well to help produce, you know, add in materials for production wise for it, which is a pretty neat little thing to use. X to turn off, X to turn it on. Alright, we'll see in a minute. Yeah. Now I got two big boy trucks down in here, or big toys. There we go, just two big old toys. Look at this thing, it's fresh and clean. You can tell this looks like it would be an older model too, compared to like that guy there or something or another, you know what I'm saying? See, I don't even think my big truck would fit down in there, and if it did, I don't think it'd get out. It might. There's only one way but to find out, man. But first, I gotta well... I mean, he might not even get back there. That one road gets really thin. Definitely don't want to use that guy. I'll use this guy. This is what I've been filling up. We gotta finish stripping this stone stake slash overburden off the top here. Oh, oh, down to the hole, man, down to the hole. We gotta finish stripping this stuff, man. I do need to get rid of that guy right there, though. Oh, I'm the third person right now. Never got out of it. Alright. I said this one here holds a 2,000 liters more than that one. Which, I mean, if you look at the size difference, it should be impossible. That guy over there should be holding like 18,000 liters, maybe even 20,000. Compared, you know what I mean? Comparatively. It's not exactly out of the way right there, but hopefully it's not. Hopefully not. Trying to figure out where I want to park my tractor at, because we're here to be all taking care of business. Know what I mean? Know what I mean, Bert? And this got a rock bucket too, so this looks cool, man. Okay, that's the collisions off. Off, man, it's off. Turn it on, and then I can use the bucket to pick myself up. Okie dokie. Smoky. Alright, let's get her done. It's a little foggy out, man. Listen how quiet she is. I forgot. Rainy time. This one's not just eating into it like the other one does. See that? It's just bumping into it. It's not just like pushing through it like I will with the other guy. Don't get me wrong, this guy's nice. But that already's throwing me red flags. That means it's gonna take me longer to do my work. That means I gotta constantly bump into stuff. So this mod is from the miners, the FS Miners set, and it doesn't work like their other ones do, that's for sure. Like the other mod does. I figured they would have at least made them the same. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Belle? How you doing today? I'm doing okay. It's a Thursday. I woke up. It's been raining out. Every bad bone in my body's just like, yes, sir. Unfortunately, we're here. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that though. Watch this. Like, this is crazy. Like, look at that. It just bumps into it and stops. Which I think is ridiculous. Because the other one just plows right through it, man. Unless their update for this like messed it up or something. I don't know. It's 63 here today. Rain. Like I have severe arthritis, and I'll tell you right now, like not like it's bad. But like I can tell when it's gonna rain. Like I woke up, my left arm was completely numb this morning. My right hand is 3/4 the way numb. Honestly, I think it's because I've been trying to do work that I haven't done in 6 years. And that's because, you know, stuff needs to get done and not everybody can afford to go pay $600-700 to have their car looked at and worked on. Because prices these days are just ridiculous that people want to charge. Then again, you know, they keep increasing people's hourly wages. That's going to increase what people got to pay to have their vehicles worked on too. So it is what it is, I guess. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I was fine when it was $7.25 an hour, man. I think that life was better when it was $7.25 an hour. Yeah, you had to work for your money, but man, I'm telling you what, life was cheaper 10 years ago even. But yeah, between this one and the other one, I like the other one better. I really do. The Komatsu's nice. It's just like you see how long it's taken me to get this guy into the ground, right? To get it all done up and whatnot. That's crazy. I do like the Komatsu. She's nice and quiet. Quieter than me. Alright, here, this is the Komatsu. I mean, we've seen me work with this one a lot, so unless their little update for their stuff messed this guy up too, I won't know here until a second now. So give me a second, we'll find out. With their latest mod came an update for with their stuff, And unfortunately, a lot of their stuff won't work because it says it's not compatible with FS25, which I don't get it because this this mod was made for FS25. It's number 8 in the set. Let's see if their update messed this guy up too. See how I just pulled right in, grabbed full 100 or full 100% like that. These these trucks or vehicles have enough power. They do that in real life. They just easily push in, man, like it's butter. So yeah, no, I honestly I like the Cat better. It's just I don't like that funny sound that it's constantly making, like its hydraulics are always being worked on one way or the other. You know what I mean? Oh, dude, they went from my pocket to my cookie jar, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. But you see how, like, it's like I'm having to, like, I'm sitting here trying to force it to get it in there to get to that 100%. That's the only difference. Makes the workload a little more unbearable, but oh crap. Now, I don't know if, only being able to pick up 12,000 liters compared to 14,000 liters and having the issue, where it doesn't just push right in. I mean, to me, that's acceptable. I can deal with it, but just means that something that would take me, like the other day, took me, what, 3 hours to fill this thing up to get it to 1.5 million liters, right? Or almost 2 million liters. Just means that this is going to take me, instead of 3 hours, it'll take me 4.5 hours. 4 hours, you know what I mean? Because I got to fight with the bucket to actually pick all of it up at once. See, this thing's on. That bucket should have at least hit the edge of that and start doing something like the other one was. Come on. Come on now. Yeah, you should be in there eating this right up, dude. You're even a rock bucket. See, now if they make a mod, or if they update their stuff, right, and add in new buckets, maybe fix that guy over there so he doesn't make that funny hissing sound constantly. Like it's a baby rattlesnake waiting to strike or something. I don't know, man. Sounds like a ticking time bomb to me. But my headset picks up every little sound there is. I love the HyperX series, man. Great headsets. Man, I hear people creeping up behind me in Fortnite and Call of Duty with them. Good advantage. But then you get the downside where you're getting something like that right there, and every little sound is just amplified. He's a little bigger. I'm trying to be careful with him. I don't want to put him in the hole. That won't be cool. I grabbed a bunch there because all the soft stuff from the top. Alright. Sketchy. Sketchy. That kind of weight right there that thing would have gave out underneath the vehicle of this size. Oh, but not even a good 5-point harness would save you, but maybe. I have to ask my neighbor guy. He works in a gravel yard. Oh man, maybe I could get him to let me do a ride along with him one day, man. That'd be cool. I've known this guy since I was a baby. They lived next to us. I don't know if it'd be a wise choice to go on a ride along with him, man. You hear some crap come out of his mouth. Probably get my channel demonetized. Maybe shut down. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can trust him. No, I could. He's a good guy. But it would be cool to go on a ride along doing something like this. Well, see, when I was a little kid, he's the one that actually would let me sit there and try to operate the equipment with him. So, I think that'd be fun. 30 years later, do you remember anything you were taught? Get her in the bucket. Wait, why is the arrow... You see that? The arrows are to the right more than they are to the left. Look at that. That's so off. Was this guy... Was he sober when he was doing this, or was he drinking? Did I notice he's got a thing for his patrons where it's like buy me a beer or share a beer or something. Maybe the guy was tipping a brouhaha back one day when he was putting the arrows on here, and maybe he was just a little tipsy to the right. I don't know. Decided to throw. Because honestly, if it was on the left, it'd be perfect. Yeah, the guy that makes these mods, if you look at his thing, after it runs through all like the patrons and everything, it says, oh, thanks for the beers. That's what it says. So I'm just curious if maybe the guy had a couple of beers and he forgot to put the arrow in the right spot. I mean, look at that, that's off. Maybe that's the whole issue with why it's not collecting properly, because it's not centered out. You know what I mean? Observational guess. Oh, no. Okay. Ooh, brakes are actually, brakes are pretty quick on this. But if you hold your brake down and then want it to go into reverse, it takes a second to kick in. It's almost like the dude's fiddling with the gears, trying to figure out how to get it to kick in. See, I don't like that because it looks like I'm pouring outside the thing. But it is a big bucket. Big bucket, but man, the capacity it's a little underwhelming, because I figured with a bucket this big, I mean, obviously you can tell the clear difference between this one and the one that's on that guy. That guy holds 14,000, this only holds 12. Let's see a little bit more out this way. give me just a second here, fellas. Yeah, no joke. Come over here. That's where I want to be. Input ratio. What is input ratio? Doesn't tell me. Doesn't explain like, oh hey, this does this, or yeah, no, you would, well, yeah, and I even looked through the stuff this morning. That's why I got started so late, because I was looking back through the mod list, because I actually had to pull this out of the FS Miners mod pack, because the rest of the mod pack, when I tried to download the mod pack, a lot of them wouldn't even go in. They were saying they were not compatible with FS25, or it was FS25 mods only, so they were incompatible. So I messaged the guy yesterday, I believe it was, and it was like, hey bud, just downloaded this, letting you know that this through this aren't working, servers won't accept them, says it's not compatible 25, So I left him a list, not super detailed, but a list of stuff that he's got to go through and, make sure, because it was released on the 3rd, I believe, and that's what, the 17th today, so there has been a small update to the game since then, so maybe he just needs to update that. But like all the game mod file logs, stuff of that sort, that you would need to run a lot of the machines to make them run properly, are not working. So that could be why this is actually acting up, because I pulled it from a separate mod pack and individually brought the stuff over for this thing only. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not that savvy when it comes to this stuff, so I hope I did it right. Spent an hour and a half trying to figure the crap out. But you know what I mean. Radius, strength. Okay, see, so this is... Is that not the right... I want to check something out. Do each one of these have different settings? Because if so, that could be my issue. Radius 2.5, 1.0. They're individualized. Okay, well it's 2.5, right, and 1.0. Let's fall in there, animal. Now let's try that over here on this and see if that could be, the subtle difference that I'm seeing, right? 2.5. And what I have this at? 1.0, right? Now let's see if that makes a difference. It's all trial and error, chat. That's all I can do. No, this guy might need a bigger radius. He might need a slightly bigger radius. Well, I'll figure him out. I'll get it figured out. That guy had a 2.5 and a 1.0. Now this guy has 2.5, 1.0. I would think that would have made, especially for strength-wise, maybe my strength for this guy's got to be boosted a little bit more, right? So let's try that, because the 1 point... The heck? there a button to save the dang thing? The heck, dude? Do I have gold on here? No, I don't. It'd be AU. That's the gold number property name. You look it up on the numerical chart or whatever they call that, the periodic table. AU. Everybody knows that. Right. Why did that not stay the same? Miscellaneous input ratio. Yeah, exact, dude. Yeah, that's this is ridiculous, man. This is what I mean by it might not be working properly, and that's exactly what we're trying to figure out here. You know what I mean? Oh my lord, that changed instantaneously. You see that? There we go. I had to hit the enter button. Oh my god, you can't just put it in and then come over here and click off to the side and be good. Oh my lord, Janice. You gotta hit freaking enter. You can't just click off to the side like a normal guy would, man. Oh, let's just click the side, man. Double click over here instead of right here, man. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. There we go. Okay. Fixed my problem. I know I said with the D in there. Next to the D. That's how they like it. I mean, going deep. Eventually we'll get back down there. I just want to play this right, man. Have some fun with it. Appreciate you guys out doing. Hey, this does say rated M, you guys. My channel is rated M. So you better ask your mama to check the channel out too. She might like it. No, it's rated M, for better ask your mom if you can watch. See, now that's definitely cutting in there like I want the other one to, for sure. I can wiggle this guy, man. I wiggle it, man. Look at it. That dude's got a big bottom. He knows how to shake it. When they say anyone in the house want to do a shake competition, he's the first one to jump up. Man, I don't know. It was so weird when I was younger. We had this one kid in our group that he would always do that, like rated M for mature is what it's supposed to mean. But I don't know what I was thinking the day that I put it on there. And the day that I put it on my channel, I had like 4 people comment. They thought that it was funny, and I mean, when you read it, it sounds kind of weird, but if you put it into perspective and think about it, it's like, wait, why would I want my mom to watch? Think about it, guys. I'm 40. No, I'm joking. I'm married. But you know what I mean? Like, Like that just throws people off. Like, wait, why would I want my mom to watch? You know what I mean? I just thought it was funny. The wife thought it was hilarious. I could probably use the AI meta thing to rewrite it and see what happens, but I I just put it on there because I was being a smart aleck and just figured, who really cares, you know? But I just don't put the 18 plus or anything like that on my stuff because I find that that deters a lot of people because then they're like, oh man, is that just gonna be nothing but vulgar stuff the entire time? You know what I mean? And no, I like I'm an adult, man. You know what I mean? I'm mature, but I still like to have that mental teenage fun once in a while. You know that when you're sitting in a crowd and that one guy farts and everybody just stops and is just quiet. I'd be the guy to just instantly bust up laughing. You know what I mean? I'd be that guy. I'd be like, you know what I mean? And start pointing at the dude that did it. Like, no filter, man. Plus, I used to have people that would come in and tell jokes all the time, and some of the jokes were kind of more edging toward the adulthood stuff. Leaning, not edging. My bad. Now some of you guys are all like, oh yeah. Got your eye twitching a little bit. Sorry, fellas. My feet pics all sold out. Jesus God. Sorry, I was out in the garage working yesterday, helping some family members out, helping trying to work on their cars. I am so sore today. I'm just here to have fun, man. Don't nobody take it serious. If you guys take anything I say to serious, man, there's something wrong. My mentality's on a whole other level. I gotta get this chunk right here out the way. It's kind of hindering me with this guy being slightly, ever so slightly bigger. There we go. You like that little accent there? I can put an accent on it anyway. Try to. Hey, what was your guys' favorite cartoon character as a kid growing up? I do like the fact though that it's got a rock bucket on it. That makes all the difference to me. You know what I'm saying? I can handle the 2,000 liter difference just based on the fact that I'm actually using a or a rock bucket. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, for me when I was growing up, Marvin the Martian was the stuff for me. You know what I mean? And if you guys watched Aqua Teen Hunger Force, um, Meatwad, those are my two favorite cartoon characters. I think it's mainly because they could actually do their voices, and that's why I like them so much. Meatwad's voice, man, that's just so. That's really stressful on my on the vocal cords. Trying to get that one a little harder work. But Marvin the Martian, oh man, I love Marvin the Martian. Actually, you know what? I would like to get a Marvin the Martian tattoo. I think that would look cool. But instead of him having his helmet on, right? I'd like to have him have like a Jason Voorhees mask up on the top of his head. Would that look? No, I don't think that'd look cool for Marvin the Martian. I don't know if I can do it anymore. Been years. I have to see if I can get my vocal cords to do it. Give me a second here. It's gonna sound off. I know it will. Mainly because I don't have as many teeth in my mouth as I used to, but that's due to my bone issues that I have, which sucks. I love milk too, but I just don't take in any of the good qualities from it. My body don't take the qualities in as needed. I'm sitting. I can't get my. Maybe it's because I got my headset on. I'm sitting here trying to do it with the mic off because I'm trying to. I used to do it all the time. I'm trying to get it to sound right, but it's just. I don't know. It's in my head. It's not sounding right to me anymore. I want to do it, but when I try to do it, it sounds like I'm talking like somebody else, but I don't know what character it sounds like. Meatwad, you kind of got to take your voice high and then you got to kind of lower it. I can't really. I have to actually get into doing that voice. That's been a minute. Yeah, Marvin the Martian. I used to love doing his voice. I can do another. I can get another voice, but it just. I don't know. Like I said, my Marvin the Martian sounds a little weird. Like I said, maybe it's because I got my headset on. I don't know. I'll play with it this afternoon. I'll try to get it, but. You know, I can. I can almost do Kermit the Frog. Yeah, a lot of the older cartoons got canceled, man.
I mean, you just can't help it, man. They were too good. Like when they were too good, they were just like on point. I hated that.
You know what I mean? New age people don't like that. I mean, the old cartoons they were on point with a lot of stuff. It was a lot of political stuff though that they were on point with, and I think that's what eventually got some of them canceled. Some of the cartoons were great, man. That's just like Yosemite Sam when he would fight or something, and you know they would get him, you know, and like he had this saying which was "dag nabbit," right? And they're trying to say that he never said that, and he did say that. He said it in multiple versions of cartoons, but yet I have them on videotape. But when you go to watch the new ones, he doesn't say that. He says like "sucker" and "suctash," or like almost like Sylvester the Cat. You know what I mean? And it just doesn't sound right. And I think it's like one of those Mandela effects or something. I don't know. But I got an old video cassette recording of it. Yeah, I remember him saying a bunch of different stuff. There was a bunch of stuff that come out of some of their mouths that back in the day as kids, you didn't catch it, only the adults did. Which was all right, you know what I mean? They had a lot of weird stuff in some of them. My favorite cartoon myself was Captain Caveman. But I know that's funny, right? Captain Caveman, here I am, prehistoric farm. Yeah, no. Captain Caveman was the stuff. Captain Caveman. Oh, and George of the Jungle. That was another good cartoon from back in the day. Watch out for that tree. I remember some of those cartoons, man. I loved stuff like that.
Hey guys, if you're leaving, better say bye. There's a little bit of Kermit the Frog in here, man. We left Miss Piggy at home. She wanted to eat all the cookies. She wanted to be a little pork.
See, now if I mess with it, I can get back to doing my voices. I know I can, because I can hear the improvement just playing with it a little bit right here. You know what I mean? I know I got my headset on, so I'm talking a little bit. So if I'm waking the old lady up, I'm sorry, but she got a thing at 2 o'clock. Oh, it's only 10:30, so I guess. My bad. There was actually, okay, there's a song out. I can't remember what the song is, right? I can't remember it, but if I heard it, I can sing it in nothing but Kermit the Frog voice. And we were driving to Illinois one time, and the song come on, and it just started going off, and I just bust into Kermit the Frog voice, right? And I'm sitting there singing it, and the old lady looks at me. She goes, "Are you serious?" I was like, "What?" She's like, "That actually sounds pretty cool." I was like, "That's cool." I used to love doing voices as a kid. I wanted to be a comedian as a little kid too. I wanted to be a lot of things as a little kid, man. I wanted to be the first person to find the Loch Ness. I wanted to be everything. I gotta find a map modder type person that knows how to make maps and would be willing to work on something on the side. I want to have a special map made just for the channel, right? And Over the Rainbow. You talk about like, see now I know what song you're talking. I know I'm having a hard time visualizing. Put some of the lyrics in the chat for me, so that I know exactly what's. Cause like I don't know why Over the Rainbow is. I know it. I know exactly what song you're talking about, but the lyrics just aren't filling my mind. You know what I mean? Like all I'm hearing is Over the Rainbow. I'm not like, yeah, if you can give me a couple of the lyrics to it, then it'd probably click really well for me. Thought about it. Like 5 different things running through my mind right now. Yeah, now I got 2 big boy toys over here and an excavator. We got and we got that dozer. We got the D. I believe that's a D7 dozer. I want to say it's a D7. They got the D11 I seen. I about downloaded that too. What's going on, you guys? Welcome in. How are you doing today? Wait, ain't that the song from like The Wizard of Oz? Oh, Rainbow Connection. Never heard that. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe I have, and it just, you know. Check out the new toy, you guys. It's the Komatsu from the FS Miners number 8 set. And and I got another excavator too, man. I got another excavator. I'm not sure how much better it is compared to the one that we've got right now, but I'm gonna go check that. We'll go look at that real quick in the shop, because this and the one I'm gonna show you are both from the FS Miners number 8 mod set for FS25. Mind you, some of them, if you try to put the full thing on, it will not go in as one file. There is something wrong with it. Because somebody was fascinated by the colors in the sky. And it was like, I wonder why that rainbow is there. Wow. I had some good sleep, chat. Good sleep. The first person probably did it in a poem. Oh rainbow, up in the sky, why do you shine so bright when there's a little wetness in the sky? I don't know. You guys can take that and use it. I don't care. You know, I mean, I don't know, man. Rainbows are not that fascinating, for one. Especially when I got my dreams dashed as a little kid, when I got to the end of one and there was no pot of gold. Oh, was I furious. So yeah, no, rainbows, no. And you can actually get to the end of the rainbow, because some, you know what I mean? Some of them ain't always that far away. When you can see it land in your yard, and you can see it in your yard, and it goes up in the sky, there's an end, man. I was disappointed. I was young, really young. I was like, eh. So that shot it in the foot for me on a lot of things. Easter Bunny, I caught that chump. Dad trying to put stuff out in the house. Yeah, busted. What's going on, Jack? Welcome in, buddy. How are you doing today? Oh, I was gonna go. Let's go check that out real quick, guys, before I forget again. Excavators. So where are we at right here? All right, so I added in. This guy right here was the new one added. This was added. And that was added. Compared to what we had. So let's see what he looks like. Oh, and these ones for some reason don't come with the bucket already there. You gotta go buy the bucket separately. So price reduction cost might be there. Only because you're eating it when you gotta buy the bucket. But that's what it looks like. Not bad. I'm not gonna purchase this to run this right now, because I already have one excavator there, and I'm only a one-man show. Know what I mean? I'm the only one doing it. So I'm not gonna purchase him right now. Maybe we'll purchase him later on. We'll play with him. You know what I mean? Today, my dude, today I'm digging. I'm using this new Komatsu front or loader that I got here. Oh, where is he at? Right here. The Komatsu WA 900. You know, I had thought I added one of these. I thought I had added a cat. No, I added the Volvo. Actually, I added the one that the one I added is actually gonna be down here somewhere. This guy right here, they actually have a version of this called the 280. I believe it's the L280. I downloaded it. I forgot to add it to my server. That's why I can't find it. But it's this guy, but the 280 version, and it actually has a front loader bucket on it. So hopefully when I get that added, it'll end up here where that guy down there should be, because technically it is a loader. A wheel, you know what I mean? Technically it's a wheel loader, so it should have been, that down there should have been here with these ones. But I will have a 280 in here eventually. I'll get that. I don't know why I forgot to turn that on the server side. So yeah, I'll definitely be testing the other Komatsu out. Just like I said, just not right this second. I've already got that big guy over there, and I'm pretty sure that guy over there eats more than the Komatsu that's in the shop. You know, I did notice that with some of these newer, with this new mod pack that he put out, they're not really packing that much of a punch when it comes to what they can carry. Because look at that thing's not even full, man. But I understand it. I get what they were doing with it. How y'all doing today? Got 6 people, the counter says. Let's go. Was that in my list down there? This guy right here? Yeah, this is actually, this loader is made for, like, you know, like when you go on and you see how they do those big gigantic mine shafts that they have where they're literally clearing out like 80-foot wide sections by 20-foot tall, you know, areas. This guy right here, because he's short and stout and sits to the ground lower than these guys do, this is considered a mine shaft style, like, you know, for the horizontal mine shafts. That is this guy right here, yes. So if you go online, you look up the big, like the big, huge stuff that they do, yeah, definitely this guy right here. If they're going down in, like, gigantic caves and clearing stuff out, yeah, and still have the overburden above them, you know what I mean, all fastened up, that's definitely this guy that they're doing. Unless they're being ballsy and making it way higher than they should, and they're taking these guys in. But if it's an open pit mine, it's going to probably be more along the lines of, like, these guys. Because this here is, they're good for picking up and moving, but they can't lift height-wise. They don't lift as high as any of these do. So this is like, I know it's going to be bad to say, but this is the midget brother of the family. You know what I mean? And really cool, because technically they have more pushing power than what these guys here do, because they're more so made for getting underneath the loose material and then really pushing it. So they're built like this, but they're also built like a dozer, man. They definitely got the torque a dozer's got. I do like watching mining shows and stuff like that, you guys. I do. I absolutely love watching that stuff. So, yeah, no, I think that, I find this equipment to be very cool. Big toys, little areas. What's that remind you of? Anybody? Don't say it. You know, you know. Whoa, whoa, stop. I really should look into see if I got my pedals or something adjusted down. Man, I should be hitting the brakes and I should be coming to a stop. We should be seeing tires slide. Doesn't help that that guy's in my way. Big toys, sir. Oh, careful. Ooh, man. I'm flirting with danger. Big expensive tongs, you best believe it, man. I put like 15 miles on my knees when I was a kid, man, with my donkey truck, man. I was all over the place in my yard, man. Oh, my grandparents were so mad at me. Cause I had the little, the digger one. Alright? We had holes everywhere in the yard. My grandparents were not impressed. But I'll tell you what, I was outside touching. I touched more grass as a kid than most teenagers nowadays will ever touch. But I'm a country boy and I spent my time out in the woods and out in the horse kennels and stuff like that, so I've definitely spent my fair share of time outside. Absolutely love it. Trying to get my snowmobiles that I've got running so that way I can get my kids off their butts and outside this winter and have some fun, man. Oh yeah, we had this one tree that I like to try to dig around. I tried digging down into the roots to make it like a little cave system for my GI Joes and all that when I was a little dude. Oh yeah, the donkey trucks came in handy, especially that little loader that I had. Man, that thing would scoop stuff up, man. Those are cool toys back in the day. Oh, are you telling me you stuck? Dude, don't be a chump. Well, someone ain't got the grip. The other guy's got the grip, man. What am I bumping all over here for, man? Shouldn't be bumpy anyway. Nice. I worked for a tree company, and I did tree work for a couple of years, which was fun. I worked as a tree trimmer when I was 12 for an under-the-table job because I wanted to work, you know. I hated living at my mom's house. Absolutely disgusted by living there, you know what I mean? I just wasn't a fan of her. So, my stepdad got me a job working with some tree farmers because I wanted to make some money. And he was like, well, I mean, I know a job, not that you're going to like it. So I went, I started working when I was 12. Unfortunately, quit working when I was 38 due to medical issues. But I started working when I was 12, man. Got my first real-time over-the-counter style paying job when I was 16 for KFC out of a little town called Greenville, Michigan, which was awesome. That's also the home of Myers, the founding place of Myers. I actually went to school with the guy's grandkids. One of them's actually one of the CEOs and everything of of the business now, which is pretty cool. Not that I was ever friends with them because I never got along with the little rich pricks. Sorry, they had money, and the one was just, you know how some rich people are, you know, like real flaunty with their money, and then you get those real conservative types. Well, the one that was more conservative, he's the one that ended up becoming the CEO, I believe. Took over the company business there. But yeah, they're based right out of Greenville, Michigan, man. The one kid, like I said, the one kid was all right, but the other, he was a real douche. But I don't follow the people that I went to school with or grew up with like that, because if any of them did make it famous, heck yeah. Oh, have you guys ever seen the X-Men movie? I can't remember which Wolverine one it was, but the one that dealt with the one mutant named Zero. The young Asian guy from the one Wolverine movie. I went to school with him. He was 5 grades above me. He actually got found because he went down to Lansing to the mall. I remember him coming back and talking about it, because it was like the talk of the town, well, talk of the school there for like a month. But him and his buddies went to the mall in Lansing just to go do, you know, just to go shopping, and they were doing like photo shots, and yep. All right, not a problem, Jack. And it was just like a talent thing that they were putting on at the mall, and he tried for it, end up getting selected, and moved to South Korea, because that's where they were from, was South Korea. He moved over there for a couple of years, did TV shows and, like, you know, small rated movies, like B-rate movies, you know, and then got picked up for the Marvel movie, or for the X-Men movie. Yeah, he was a pretty cool guy in school. I worked with, cause I was a carnival jockey when I was younger, cause I loved traveling, so I jumped on with a carnival for a couple of years for the summertime only, and I can't remember what the guy's name was, but he said he played for the San Francisco 49ers, and I didn't really believe him, but his nickname, I guess, was Booker. So I don't know if there was a guy that ever played for the San Francisco 49ers, you know, back in the early 90s, that would have had that name. I don't know. I never looked it up, but I've got to meet some people in my younger days. It was pretty nice. Some of them I don't even want to mention where some of them are at. Some of them had that mentality: live by the gun, you know, live by the, die by the, you know what I mean? The pew pew. So who knows where some of them kids ended up. We had some real numbskulls in school too. I think I fit that profile when I was younger, I think. Oh, yep, everybody. Now in the yearbooks you get those most likely to this, most likely to that. I think I was in that most likely to fail section. I can't remember. I've only ever kept one or two yearbooks from the entirety of my 11 years in school. Yeah, I said that right. Graduated a year early. Oh no, dummy. got out of that early just to jump into the workforce early. How does that work? I'll tell you, man, like, don't get me wrong, I was like a lot of any other young kids back in the day, you know, in the early 90s. I fit that party hardy rock and roll. If you can finish that, you're all cool. No, I'm joking. But, you know, I mean, I fit in that category when I was younger. So, like, you know, people in like the teachers, stuff like that. Like, I was good at science, history, decent with economics, you know what I mean? Math, I was crap at. But, like, and I still passed, still graduated a year ahead of my class. You know what I mean? Forget them. But, like, my teachers, yeah, they all, like, a lot of them deemed me to be, like, the failure of them all. But, yeah, I graduated before all the kids, you know what I mean? I was like, whatever. I was in the process of becoming a supervisor, which for me would have been great success. But then I had the nerve damage issue happen to my neck, which really kicked me in the pants. And, you know, I was a hard worker because, I mean, I got paralyzed from the waist down from a car accident when I was younger, and I was left like that for a year. And I'll tell you what, like once, and no joke, I was paralyzed from the waist down for almost a year. Absolutely sucked. Was the worst thing ever. I would not leave my house. I wouldn't do nothing. It just, you know what I mean? So no, we did that, and it was about maybe 7 months in after the car accident that I had. I saved both my friends from the wreck. Was able to run 5 miles back to the nearest house, call the cops, ran back, you know, had pulled them already out of the burning vehicle, and then I collapsed on the ground. You know what I mean? And that was on a Sunday night, or no, Saturday night going into a Sunday morning. Monday morning I went to school, right? I went to school Monday morning after the car accident and everything. I was walking down the flight of stairs and from the car accident, and I guess the way I was, you know, bouncing down the stairs, you know, it pinched my nerves off, and it cut, and so it was pinched nerve in my middle of my back that caused me to go numb from the waist down. So technically, I was paralyzed from the waist down, and it took a little tiny doctor. I'm talking like an 80-year-old doctor caught wind of my thing at the hospital in Greenville, and he had his own tiny little, I mean, this thing, his medical place is smaller than the house I have. And he's like, I've looked at the records, and I'd like you to come in, and, you know, that's my mom, and so we went in. He was like, I'm going to try something on you. It's going to be painful, but if it works, you'll walk again. And back then, it wasn't like, now you see people doing it all the time, but they put me in this thing that looked like a torture rack, had me strapped down around my chest, up over my arms, down around my waist, up underneath my rib cage, all snugged up. Like, I mean, I felt like I was in a straight jacket, but you know what I mean? And then they wrapped another one around my waist, around my thighs, around my legs, and he just said, bite your lip, that's gonna hurt. And he just started going click, 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 and all he said is, tell me if you feel a tingle in your toes. And he literally did this for like 40 seconds. I swear to God, I gained 3 inches, but when he was done, I was crying so much because I could actually feel the tingling in my toes again. Almost a year of being paralyzed due to nerve damage as a kid. This little old doctor figured it out, you know, put me in a stretcher, popped me back out, and after that I went into karate, boxing, and wrestling. Just because I didn't want to tell myself that because of that accident I was, that I was done. Like, yeah, I'm sitting here, my hands and my arms are completely numb right now, but I'm not gonna let myself be told that I can't do nothing. I mean, I'm a gamer, you know what I mean? I'm gonna game for life, one way or another. And you see those kids blowing in hoses and doing stuff like that in their game. You know what I mean? Like, I'll game till I can't game no more. Can't take it away, man. What's going on, chat? Welcome in, you guys. Good morning. Well, it's almost 11, so maybe afternoon for some of you guys, depending on what part of the world or country you're in. Maybe even afternoon, who knows? Or extremely early. I know my one moderator's 2 hours behind me, so it's only like 7 or 8 or whatever it is for him. I'm not the greatest, but yeah, you know what I mean? What's going on? Welcome back, Jack. matey. No. What's up? Appreciate you guys all tuning in today. Y'all doing good? Feel free to say hi, man. I'm in a talkative mood today. Talkative. Let's get it. I'm in that like happy-go-lucky like zone, like you know, like Quagmire. Happy-go-lucky. Oh, someone on. See you later. He wasn't that impressed, or she wasn't. Either way. Teardrop Road. Took it bad. Took what bad? I take a lot of things, man. What's up? What'd I take? I didn't take your soul, because, I mean, souls aren't useful to me, so... What did I take? Trust me, souls ain't a good bargaining chip. They don't work. I've been refused many times. They really frown upon it when you offer other people's souls up, so... Yeah, no good to me. What's up? What did I take? Hey guys, I got 5 free memberships yet to give out. If you guys, we can smash over 20 likes today, man. I'll drop those last 5 free memberships for the day. Dino, what Dino, man? Oh. You'll be surprised, man. Depends on what stream you're in. I got a couple different people that are in first place when it comes to like having a little crown thing. Usually my moderators are usually up there quite high too, because they like to conversate and mingle in the chat, which is cool. I like that. Helps keep you guys around, keep you guys entertained, whatnot. Normally I put up a poll, you know, just sometimes it's just a, hey, what do you guys do for the weekend, or something super silly. But I just didn't get around to doing it today. I got started late. I woke up feeling great, but man, I was sore all night. Like I said, I've been out doing stuff I shouldn't have been doing. No, I don't remember you doing that with alts. I didn't think that people were using a lot of alternates to do anything like that, but you know. Hey man, we're rocking, man. We're at what, 15 something now? Aiming for 2K. If I can break 2K before the end of the year, I'd like to do like a small giveaway. And by that I mean if you guys are into Farm Sim and or Ark, I'd like to do like a thing where I put names in a hat, draw them out, and go from there. The first 2 drawings that I'm gonna do, you know, because I wanna give some stuff away. I got some merchandise stuff I'd like to you know, get out there. So if I can, you know, get the stuff as like a giveaway, it would be awesome. And all the stuff, a lot of the other things that I would like to add into the giveaway are on my Streamlabs merch store. You guys can go check that out. Let me know if you guys like the looks of any of that in there. Because there's a mug in there that I think looks neat. Got a mouse pad. I got a few other things. I got some designs for hoodies, stuff like that. But yeah, no, I'd like to do a giveaway. And mainly, I want to give away like 2 copies, you know, like a copy of this and or a copy of art. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'd like to do. But I got to get over 2K subscribers before I start doing something like that. And then I figure every 2,000 until I hit 10, you know, I'll do a giveaway, and then after 10, it'll be every 10K, then I'll do giveaways, you know what I mean? Because, you know, as the channel gets bigger, you gotta kind of make the gap a little bit bigger to, you know, them thresholds for prizes, they just could keep getting better as the years go on, you never know. Fortunately, they call that business strategy. But no, I'd like to do a giveaway, something for my subscribers, people that are actually in the channel, being active, even if it's just coming in, saying hi, hitting a like. I have a program hooked to my thing that keeps track of everybody like that, so when it comes time and I'm ready to do the giveaway, all I gotta do is open up my thing, it'll tell me everybody that's been in chat, even if you're in the chat and you say hi and that's all you say and you hit the like, you know what I mean? It's gonna register that you've been there, you've done that, and that'll tell me, okay, I can put his name in the hat, you know. And I do want to do the drawing out of a hat. I want to print all the names, you know, print all the names out on a sheet of paper, chop them all down, put them in a hat, and then do it on live with the camera sitting there right up close, so that nobody can say that Animal cheated, because I don't want to feel like I don't want anybody to feel like I'm playing favorites, because that's just outright rude and vulgar. Why is my PlayStation on? The F? Dude, my PlayStation literally I'm sitting here, my PlayStation just turned on, you guys. My controller's nowhere near me, it's over on the other side of the room, sitting up on my thing. And it turned on and it's doing a software update. Like, I'm sitting here and I caught this, like, flashlight in the corner of my eye thinking, like, oh, crap, somebody's here. And that's on the wrong side of the room from where my door's at, you know what I mean? And I look over, my stuff's on, man. I had that thing turned off. But yeah, if you guys get a chance, check that link out right there. It should take you, show you guys some of the stuff that I've got. I've been playing with my computer a lot, so it's been helping me. Yeah, no, it is, and it updated. Dude, this thing updated and just turned itself back off. Oh no, now it's back on. I'm kind of getting freaked out here, man. Like, it's gonna. Why did it turn back on? Just tell me it's gonna enter into rest mode. Dude, you're freaking me out. I've never, I've owned this one for 3 years. I've had this PS5. Never seen it do that, ever. And I'm in my gaming room a lot. I've come home, you know, and got on the PlayStation, turned it on, and say, oh, hey, look, you have an update, Mr. Avery. Oh, cool, man, let's get that update done. You know what I mean? But I never set my thing up to auto update like that. It's kind of weird, man. I mean, my house was built in 1836, so I'm pretty sure somebody wants to play, you know. No, I'm positive, dude. The wife's sleeping. She got an appointment not appointment, but a faculty meeting at 2 o'clock. She's sleeping. Yeah, she didn't, like, yeah, she's sleeping. She's sleeping. There ain't, no, dude, that's, oh, dude, that's, gives you them heebie-jeebies, man. Get your skin crawling a little bit. It's weird. I'd go in and look at my settings, because I know I didn't have it set up to do an auto update. I don't like it when they auto update because there might be games that I don't want to update because I'm trying to save room for another game. So yeah, no, I definitely hate the auto update thing. The only thing I have auto update on is my PC, which obviously I want this game to update instantly. But you know what? Now we're getting borderline to a serious matter that I really do have in my house, and that I am not going to talk about. Because if you guys understand that stuff, you understand the talking just makes it that much more giddy. So, I'm farming, man. Do you hear bumps in the night? Do things move when you're not expecting them to? Who are you gonna call? Sure's the heck not me. Forget that mess. Someone calls me up and says, man, I'm having an experience. I'm gonna say, dude, leave me alone. I'm already having my own. Not gonna lie though, when you're sitting there and you're thinking to yourself, and then you blatantly just ask yourself a question out loud, right? And you got nothing on, and you're sitting here messing with stuff, right? And you hear something that sounds like it could have been the correct answer you were looking for. That's beyond nuts, dude. Beyond the nuts. Telling you. Borderline schizophrenic or something. I don't know. I'm gonna end up knocking this thing right off the cliff. Watch. I'm gonna knock it right down in the hole. In the hole you go.
Oh no, you had one leave. Wasn't too scary for you, was it? It's alright. Kermit the Frog.
Kermit the Frog, not Kermit. Kermit's messed up brother. Kermit. I used to love doing voices when I was younger, man. Hey, 1800, yeah, they would. They've been living here long enough, they'd know what it is. Certainly would, sir. I don't know, I've had a couple of those near experiences. I'll tell you what, man, I'm pretty sure that if they're there, man, they know what we're doing. They know what's up. See now, like you watch those like stories and stuff, right? And they say, oh yeah, they're just wandering souls. They don't see you. I don't believe that. I don't. Me personally, I believe that if there are, wandering, they would, to me, I would think it'd be something kind of like how they are in Beetlejuice, minus using doors and popping to other worlds and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I would assume it would be something like that. You know what I mean? They're there, they can see you, they're all like, oh no, why, don't change my tapestries.
But you never know what's gonna happen, man. Some crazy stuff come here. Activate life for sex.
Be crazy, man. Crazy. You can tell I haven't done voices in a long time. I'm sitting there trying to do Kermit the Frog, and it just sounds Maybe, like I said, maybe it's because I got my headset on, but I don't know. It doesn't sound the best. But practice makes perfect. I try not to make a fool of myself, but hey, I'm streaming, so what's the matter, right? Who cares? Who don't care? Dude, I mean, maybe I gotta check my brake setup after I'm done. So yeah, overall, this new Komatsu, I mean, like I said, I had to pull it out of the mod pack that it was in for the number 8 setup, but it worked great. I do wish that there were bucket variations, you know, so we could get different, because this guy clearly could hold a 20,000 liter bucket, you know what I mean? Clearly, I mean, maybe 20,000 liter bucket, you know what I mean? 18,000, you know, a little bit bigger for the bigger muscle, you know what I mean? For that big muscle, you gotta have a little bit bigger bucket, I think. But this is a nice setup. Like I said, it was on Kingsmod is where you can find them. Kingsmod.com, I believe it is. Or I don't know. I just put in Kingsmod in the search tab and it pulls it up for me. But yeah, it's like Kingsmod.com or something like that. That's where I get my mods at. And that's where this is at. Like I said, I downloaded the whole mod pack. And since something in there is clashing with the FS25 server, or the game itself, I just pulled out the Komatsu equipment that I wanted. Unfortunately, I didn't see if there were any bucket add-ons. I will look to see if there are any. But I'm also, if anybody knows where I can find it, I am looking for a fill type for gold. You know what I mean? And also, I'm looking for a modder that makes maps, because I would like to talk to them. Like I said earlier, I'd like to talk to them personally, off stream, because my business is not your business. You know what I mean? I got to keep some stuff private. I'm blunt, sorry guys. My filter's there, but it's very, very thin. But no, like, you know, any modders out there that are serious modders that would, you know, potentially like to make some money. I've got an idea for a map that I would like to have made personally for me, nobody else. You know what I mean? For current until later, until I decide otherwise. But I would like to, essentially, I'd like to pay somebody to make me a map. And as long as they can update it for me every couple months, or, you know, whenever they do, you know, some maps need updated, like, I'm down to talk. I don't make a lot of money monthly. I get paid every month. Disability sucks, but, you know, I really would like to have a special map made for this game. You know, that would be private until I deem otherwise. Be like, okay, yeah, let's release it. You know what I mean? And obviously, if I have people that play with me, I'd have to give them access to the map as well. But those are only channel members that play on here with me, so very far and few between actually hop on to play. Mainly because I do it in the morning. A lot of people are working in the morning. Kind of sucks. I've thought about streaming a little bit later in the day, but I don't know if people would be alright with that. You know, like if I started at like, what did I start today? What is it? We're an hour and a half in, it's 11:18. So like if I started at 11 o'clock every day, because I know sometimes I start at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 10 a.m., you know what I mean? Like if I started at 11 a.m. every day, because I like to do a 5-6 hour stream, right? I like to try for a 5-6 hour stream. Now if I were to do that during the day, how many more people would be apt to actually playing? You know what I mean? Because I know I'm disabled, so I've got all day, you know what I mean? sucks for me. I absolutely, it's such a bore. It really is. But yeah, I mean, would a time like that work? 'Cause you figure if I start like at 11, you got 12, 1, 2, 3, at 4 at the latest, maybe earliest that I would stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people would actually be willing to play? 'Cause like I said, I know I start in the morning, and by the time everybody else is getting out of work and they're wanting to play on here with me, I'm already off out doing some yard work or trying to do something because I have to stay busy. I know the nerves in my neck ain't gonna get any better. I'm not gonna be able to make them any better, but I've always been a busy bee. You know what I mean? I lived on a horse ranch when I was a kid. That was our thing. That's what we did. I was raised by boomers, so I was raised Generation X style. So I'm all about the hard work and getting stuff done and telling you exactly what I think. But yeah, no, you know what I mean? I'm not on a PS5. I'm on PC. This is PC only because I've got PC mods. People on console can't, unfortunately, play with me. Even though I originally started it off as a cross-platform, because I thought, at least with this game, all the new mods would be for everybody, right? I was wrong. And all the mods that I wanted, some said they were going to be for PS5, only strictly stayed to PC, I guess. Which to me is a whatever. I just want to play it and have fun. I mean, I originally started playing this game because of... Oh, that smoothed that out a little bit. Cool. I originally started playing this because of a group called The Squad. And absolutely loved their mining series. They were the first people I ever watched play the game. So when I bought FS22, I thought, oh man, I'm going to try that mining stuff. And then I was hit with that realization, oh crap, you can't do that on console. You know what I mean? So I saved up for my PC. Yeah, I bought it through Walmart.com. I don't care, you can pick on me. It's a Walmart computer. But it's MSI, iViPower, whatever. It works. It runs this game great. On my screen, I'm actually playing in 4K for myself. This game, I can play this game in 4K and stream it to you guys at 1080p. No problems flat. Now, Ark, on the other problem, I can't even play that in 4K. That game is so demanding. It'll even shut my PC down. So I need the 5090 GPU. And even that, the game's still pretty taxing on that, which I don't get, because that's like one of the best GPUs out there, or one of the newer ones. You know what I mean? Not the best, but you know what I mean. It's one of the newer ones. Oh, so many more mods for the PC. I almost shot myself in the foot by buying this for the PS5 as well. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to buy it for the PS5, but now that they came out with that 8-bit, it's a special 8-bit version that you can buy that comes, on a Sega Genesis card. So now I actually have to save the money to buy that and an actual Sega Genesis console so I can play it. So yeah, Giants, if any of you guys are watching, I would really like to have a copy of that. I know you sent Ham one. I'd really like to at least get the section of where to go buy it, please. I really want it. Add to my collection. I really don't want to open the 8-bit one that came with this, with my digital collection, you know what I mean? So if someone just faxes, sends it, sorry, fax is old. Some of you guys probably don't even remember the faxing. My bad. Someone just want to send a message and be like, hey guys, here's a memo. This dude wants the game. Oh yeah, fellas. Come on, buddy. Get up there. simple life for me. Wait. About send them dudes in, man. We don't want to keep digging any deeper there. It's flat enough. Turn it on smooth and be good. Alright, see, that's as far as I want to go that way with that. So now, what I'll do is I'll start coming in here. Start clearing this out. We got to clear all the overburden off. Well, it's stone, but I'm calling it overburden. If you guys are familiar with the farming, or not farming, but mining stuff, you know what I'm talking about. Granted, overburden is like sticks, twigs. Oh crap! Why am I? Oh, I'm dragging my bucket, man. Like, why am I sliding sideways and running into them? But yeah, that's all we're doing. We're just peeling the stone off and just selling it pretty much. I don't have any wash plants or anything like that set up. But I will, once because there's still some mods I'm missing for some of the equipment that I have. So, like, for instance, where's it at? Oh, it's in here, in the construction zone. My bad. I'm thinking it's over in, like, the normal equipment. It's not. I think it's here. But, like, I got stuff like this here that I'd like to use. But see, it works only with additional fill types, and it doesn't give me the fill type underneath. So I need to figure out what I'm missing for, like, this guy. Because this guy here works with these, but I'm assuming this is supposed to be the, like, it says recycling facilities. I'm assuming this would be the one for, like, ow, god dang it, like gold, platinum, you know, materials of that precious nature. You know what I mean? Right now I'm digging stone out for iron ore, and then once I get deeper, I'm going to go into actual iron. You know what I mean? But, like, if I had something, like this here works with gravel, rock, and sand, right? And I can run that through there, and it's only a selling point, though. Where this here right here, if I had the proper fill types, I could run my stone, gravel, and everything through there, and that would probably produce me gold or something of that nature. Let me get in here and look. Okay, yeah. This is a turning trommel, you know. Okay, this is a wash plant. Okay, so yeah, this is a standard wash plant. You dump it to the front end down there. The conveyor brings it through, goes in through here, this wash plant, the tube here, which there's water sprayers inside, which will spray water over everything, rinses everything out, gets rid of your nasty, unwanted sand, you know, all the small stuff, and then you get your heavy materials like gold will come through at the end, platinum, whatever they're pulling off the ground. I love sleuthing. I have a green hand sluice, you know, one of the little hand pans. I'm actually looking into buying a sluice for myself because we have fine sand behind my grandparents' house, and it's a gravel yard where they used to dig. But when they dug it, they were finding gold, but for them it wasn't enough for them to be like, all right, let's get into the gold part of it. You know what I'm saying? So we have a lot of gold back there, flour gold, flake gold, whatever it's called, you know, sitting around my grandparents' place, and I want to buy a mini trommel to actually run it all through. A little tiny, I can't remember what it's called, but Gold Cube is what the name of it is. You can buy extra layers for it so you can really get the fines out of the stuff. But yeah, I want to buy something like that to sit out there next spring and do. I'm going to buy it during the winter time. That way springtime comes, I can set it up. I was going to do something else. Oh yeah. I want to look at something. I want to check something out real quick. Okay, no, nothing. I was just curious if we had anything weird in there. It's like Like, yeah, these guys really ain't all that weird. Oh, I added this too. Because it was a Komatsu. I wanted to check it out. I had absolutely no idea what it was. It just said Komatsu. I was like, ooh, let's see what that is. So, yeah, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be just like a mobile belt. Or, you know what I mean? Produce materials. What is that? Lithium ore? What's lithium ore? You guys ever heard of that? That is weird. Lithium ore, really? Asphalt? So I can actually turn my stuff on. I can, dude, that's, I wasn't even thinking about that before, you guys. I can put down an asphalt freaking road. Let's go. Turn that thing on to paint that, put the bucket down, just set her to smooth, and just run her to your heart's content. Lithium ore. I bet you that's gonna make some money. You guys want to see what lithium ore will give us? Let's check it. Okay, it's enabled. Let's cancel out of there. Back out of there. Me, personally, I'm curious. Stone powder. Y'all stay away from that now, you hear? I don't need to see white stashes everywhere. Y'all stay away from that stone powder. Don't touch the powder. Alright, let's go. I'm curious. This lithium ore. Lithium ore. What will one bucket at 1,200 liters? At 1,200 liters pay us? Now we're going to come back here to our sample zone because this is where we sampled out what the actual iron would hook us up with. You know what I mean? Alright, come back in here. Back here in the corner where we got some funny stuff growing that's floating that seems to be in that apparition form. Look at that floating there, man. Someone's got some fishing string up, man. That's got to be it. And Kermit Frog, he'd be like,
And I'm really freaked out about all this, man. Why is it up there? I don't know. Put it there. Is it ever coming down?
see, once I play with it enough, I'll get it. Once I get my stuff going by like that, I'll figure it out. I'll get those voices back. 7 mil. Okay, I'm really worried about the last 6 digits. 362067. 14,000. That's it. So it's $1,000 a liter, right? Is that what it comes out to? 14,000. Okay. Well, lithium ore seems to be okay. Let's go for the guy. Let's see. Okay, now let's see which one sells more. Because lithium that's a precious material, right? Like, I mean, it goes into batteries, and they use it for. Well, Elon Musk uses a lot of it, don't he? Sure, he uses a lot of it. Fancy cars, trucks, drive by themselves. I don't see very many Tesla drivers driving their vehicle by themselves or letting it drive themselves, though. Not gonna lie. People are scared. Gotta be. If I had a Tesla, I'd let it try. I am installing a 5-point harness, though. Because if something goes wrong, I at least want something. And I'm getting an extra neck brace and a couple pillows, man. I'm not taking no chances. Don't get me wrong, I mean, he's cool. He sent a car into outer freaking space. Same type of car. I don't know, man. I mean, if they got that car set up to navigate him to the next star cluster, then it's cool, man. I'll trust it. But I don't know if I can put my hands or my life into the hands of an automated system like that. Might as well just call it Skynet and give it free roam now, you know? Take all nuclear sites and all weapon bunkers back to old school. Push button. 22,000. So iron ore, or actual iron, pays out more by 10 grand. Well, by 8 grand, because it paid me 14 and it's only 12,000 liters. So, yeah, I'm going to stick to the iron part, because that just seems to be so much more spot on. I'm sorry, guys, if, you know, me sitting here doing this might seem a slight bit boring, but this is the best way to figure out what's gonna make what, right? And if I'm figuring it out for myself, you know what else I just did? Figured it out for you too. This is called better money choice options with animal. You know what I mean? I don't know, mess with it. Come up with something cool. Come up with a cool name for it. Animals, personal income strategy. APIS. Huh. Sorry, I actually was thinking about that. Like, wow, that actually sounds pretty neat. Let's get a little bit more of this here cleared out, man. I gotta get down there, man. I gotta get down there. Man, I was driving the car the other day. I am out of common habit, right? Because I have that little knob that's on my wheel here that I use to drive with instead of the actual steering wheel. I went to go turn, and myself, I don't know what I was thinking, right? I went to go turn, I reached up like I am right now with my hand on the knob, right? So it looks like I'm getting ready to like punch straight out. I did that yesterday. I got in the car, went to go turn, went to go reach up for my wheel to grab, and I couldn't find the knob. I was like, "Where's my knob, man?" And I was like, "Oh crap! I'm in my car. I'm not at my cockpit in the game. God dang it! Why ain't you dumping?" Oh, I digged out iron. Oh my God, animal, you are an idiot. Okay, let's go dump that. My bad. Dun, dun, dun. We're digging up material we ain't supposed to be digging up from up here, man. I hit the wrong button. Y'all can laugh at me now. That was just plain stupid. Well, another 20,000 into the pocket. Well, I like my dude's gonna notice. He's got 7 mil in there. He's chilling like Phil and Bill. Dumb. I'm digging stone right now. There we go. I'm sitting there wondering why I wasn't going in. I'm just like, oh, hey. Didn't see it there. Okay, some of my stuff's parked too close. I'm going to have to move some stuff, man. Look, man. Been good, man. been good. I don't use it. So it's time to say goodbye. I'm sitting here looking at it like, you know what? I don't want that. And honestly, I got that guy there. He holds more. 224,000 liters. I don't know what that comes out to in pounds or gross, you know what I mean? Gross weight on my end. I go by pounds, not liters, so I don't really pay that much attention to this stuff. You know, I really don't. Later, Gator. Holy crap, 150. I mean, they could have gave me half the price on that. I would been, well, I didn't barely use it, so whatever. Yeah, I need the fill type for gold. So if anybody knows where I can get a fill type, just for gold only, that I can add as a script or something, I would very much appreciate it. Because I've looked a few different places. I was on King's Mod looking yesterday. I really don't like to get on the GitHub. Not that I don't trust it. I just don't. Something about it. It's weird. Every time I go on the GitHub and I try to get a mod, half the time it's sending me to another website, and then my PC's like, oh no, you don't want to go there. It's got malicious intent. You know, it's got that malware in it, man. We don't want you going in there, sir. Don't do it. I hate that. But I'm glad that I can't download Fortnite, because I do play Fortnite sometimes on Fridays with the younger crowd. But I'm glad I can't download that because Nitrado, the company that I get my servers from, has been having issues like crazy because of Epic. Something on Epic's end, they keep getting hacked. And they keep messing with the Nitrado servers. So I've thought about looking into a different server company, but I don't know how many other different server companies. I know of one other company, but I don't know. I've been using these guys since I started playing ASE 5 years ago, you know what I mean? So it's kind of hard to, after a few years of, using a certain company or another, to want to just transfer to another. So, but yeah, I'm looking for that. Like I said, I'm looking for that gold, man. I want to get the script for the thing for the game, man. I need that fill type. I'm all over everywhere. Let's take her down a notch. Well, notch, man. I guess it's not bad. It's cleaning it up. I'll put smooth on here in a bit, and I'll go over top everything and just smooth everything right out. I like a nice clean work zone, man. Action can too be done here. Thank you. I need to go around, put like a fence around the outside, or around this, that way I know how far to dig. I love this map though, man. It's something else. Why is it acting funny now? See that? It's acting like it was at the beginning. It's wanting to hit it and not just pick the stuff right up like it was. So I had to go check that. I do appreciate you guys all tuning in today. If you guys haven't done it yet, if you enjoy the content, smack that like for me. Subscribe, Maybe share one of the videos with some of your friends, Say, come check this dude out, man. He's too chill to be anything else. I'm as chill as a cucumber, man. That's the only thing I'm as chill as. Nothing else. Oh, dude, that was like half my, that was like 3/4 of my meal last night. No joke. Like, I love veggies and stuff, right? So, like, half time before I go to bed, if I do eat anything, I eat anything with like some acidic acid in it. So like tomatoes, cucumbers, stuff like. I have acid reflux, so it does bother me, but I take the stuff for it. But I find that eating that type of stuff, like, salted down, you gotta add salt to it, stuff like that. Maybe a drizzle of vinegar if you like it. I'm not a fan of it. But, between the cucumbers, tomatoes, whatever else, throw some watermelon in with it if you have watermelon. Fantastic treat. And it acts as a great way to help burn that unwanted, like if you can grab your belly, grab your side, and it's not like a thick grab, but it's like a really soft, like, wow, that's like, is that fat? Like, is that my love handle type grab? Like, that will actually help you reduce that, because what it is, there's it's like a form of fungus, and every human has it. But these certain foods that if you eat them will reduce that. Like, you get a lot of people that are bloated. You have that feeling of being bloated and all that. Like, oh, but I only ate a sandwich, but I feel bloated. It's not that. It's the I was reading about it here a couple months ago. It's the, what you call it in it, that actually makes you feel bloated and makes you look bloated and all that. And it's just a fungus that grows in your body that every human has, I guess. But if you eat the right foods, it'll actually reduce that to a safer number for your body, to where it's not causing you to feel bloated and all that. So that's what I've been doing for the last couple months. Ever since I read that, I've been if I do eat a snack at night, that's what I eat. And I'll tell you what, with that and my exercises, I think in the last couple months I've lost like 15, 20 pounds. I can't wait for my next doctor visit to find out. I don't have a scale here at my house, because if I did, I'd be over the moon on trying to keep getting my weight down, you know what I mean? I had surgery a few years back on my right shoulder after I had my arm ripped off, so life kind of slows you down. Don't worry, it's on there. Real. Seriously, no joke. 2 people just popped out like, oh, this dude's lying. No, I really had my arm ripped off. I could itch my ankle. I looked like Stretch freaking Armstrong. Like, serious. As serious as they were when they put the man on the... Oh, yeah. Well, that was real serious. But that's how serious I am about it. Like, yeah. Back in 2014. We were moving pontoon tubes, and it was icy out, and I told the shop about it, that they needed to get it taken care of and get a spot inside for the tubes to sit during the winter. And they laughed at me and said nothing was going to happen. About 2-3 weeks later, we're out there. I think it was November, because it was just after my birthday. End of October is my birthday, Halloween roughly, give or take. I'm a Halloween baby, give or take, in that area. Should have been. My mom was a partying twat. Had to get me out early to go party. But yeah, no, we were out moving the tubes, getting them inside, and freaking the guy dropped the tube, and when he dropped the tube, it literally ripped my arm out of the socket. You have a cup, the rotator cup, completely shattered my rotator cup. My rotator cup was down under my arm, like down at the bottom of my armpit, like right across from where your nipple would be, like right there, balled up in a ball. because when it ripped, it slingshot so hard that it actually ripped off my bone and pushed through muscle. Like, yeah, they had to dig it out. They had to put it back into place. It was a knotty mess, dude. Dudes, chat, sorry. But yeah, it was like literally when it happened, and everybody, the people that were inside and was looking out the bay door that seen it happen came rushing to help me. When they pulled my arm out of the tube and they sat it on the ground, literally sat my arm on the ground, I could move my fingers still, dude. I could literally like itch my ankle, dude. My whole forearm just laying on the ground, dude. My whole arm literally looked like what that whale that has those funny stripes or streaks on its neck because it can open its mouth like 3 times its size, you know what I mean? Like I had stretch marks down the whole upper half of my arm for better part of 2 years. I was using these wraps and stuff that the wife had bought for, to help reduce pregnancy stretch marks and stuff. I actually used these wraps on my arms and exercised like crazy after I was able to move my arm again. Dude, it was gross looking, dude. It was terrible. Like, I have no pictures of it or nothing because that was like my lowest point in my life. Like, I literally thought I'd lost everything the day that happened. Like, I thought I was gonna have to have my arm taken off. Like, I thought I was gonna be a lefty for the rest of my life, which I have no problem with left-handed people. I mean, I'm ambidextrous. I can do a lot of things with my left hand. But it's just I can use my right arm to about 98 to 99% of its original capacity. I have been, I use 3-pound weights. I can't lift anything over 15 pounds with the nerve damage in my neck. If I do, I get a chronic. It's a chronic like pain in my neck, right? It's literally keels me over into a ball when I have these issues. And so like I've been out trying to do stuff, yard work, getting some stuff done that needs to be done. We ain't got much longer here in Michigan. We're gonna start getting that cold spiked weather again. We're gonna be back into winter in no time, you know what I mean? So it has to be done, and getting kids to do it these days is like pulling teeth from a gator that's already lost all its teeth, you know what I mean? So I'm trying to do it, and that's why I've been having issues this last week with my streaming, because I'll find myself out trying to move something, and then I'll be stuck having to go lay down and be pretty much stuck in a fetal position because of the pain. It doesn't matter how many milligrams of painkiller I take, it doesn't stop it. Like, the doctors really took serious note of it when I told them that I was eating about 3,000 milligrams of painkiller 2 to 3 times a day. And when he looked at me and was like, "How are you even here?" I said, "Because I have to be here. Life demands that I be here." He goes, "No, how are you here from eating that much 2 to 3 times a day?" I was like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "They're not touching the pain, and I need more." Yeah, it sucks, dude. I absolutely hate it. They have me on something called gabapentin or whatever, so like my whole body pretty much pain-wise shuts right down. It's supposed to help with just like nerve medicine, neuropathy and stuff like that. That's what it's supposed to be for. Well, it's supposed to be, for me, they say it's supposed to help stop that, but they've taken me like 2 steps from their strongest and found that it still wasn't working properly. But they won't do surgery on my neck. They won't do surgery because there's only honestly there's only a 30 to 45% chance that the procedure will be successful, to the point that I'd even be able to walk again. Because what they have to do for that surgery is they actually have to go through the front of your neck or through your mouth, depending on the easiest way to get to wherever the part is that they got to get to. But for me, they'd have to go through my neck on the right or left side around my vocal cord, because roughly where the issue's at, about the spine of my neck, about where the skull connects, like 2 vertebrae down, is where I'm having that main issue. And to get there, they got to go through my neck, like on either, like I said, left or side, underneath my jaw, right next to my vocal cords, and they'd have to go up in there, and they're having to go through everything in my neck just to get to that, with the chance that that procedure could leave me stuck in a wheelchair, only being able to turn my head left and right, maybe 2 inches at most, if the procedure fails and doesn't go off properly. Which, when I'm told that, I'm just like, yeah, no, I'll keep dealing with this pain. You just keep feeding me those candies and we'll be good. And he's like, candies? I was like, my pain meds. I was like, I'm stuck having to take them so often, I might as well be a kid in a candy store. He was like, oh no, we can't have that. They gave me this Gap pen, and this sucks. It's like I said, yesterday, all I did yesterday was changed spark plugs and wires for a guy, right? Now, if you guys have done the work, you know that there's a lot of pull and a lot of push, because when they get stuck, you got to give a pull. Well, that enough pull, anything over 15 pounds worth of pressure, is enough to send me into, what do you call that? Like, when you're sitting there and your hand just starts twitching, or your muscles will just start twitching, spasm. There you go. My neck will go into a spasm, and when that happens, like the neck muscles start flexing a lot in the back of my neck, and then that causes a severe migraine, because it's like, I don't know, the nerve, the way it's messed up, just doesn't work right. But I could proudly say that, I'm not going to say I could proudly say, but I can confidently say that if somebody got in my face and I had to, you know what I mean? I could put full force into that, not even feeling the fact that I'm just leveling the dude and maybe crushing my own hand. Yeah, when my nerves are hitting like that and they're not firing and my arms go numb like my left arm is now. Oh yeah, I could probably easily shatter my hand quicker than crap. I wouldn't put it past it. I got a beam in my house that, it sounds weird, but I do it because, like I said, I was in boxing when I was younger, and I absolutely loved it, right? But I also loved the thought of seeing those people using the wooden dolls to do their karate with when I was younger, because I was in karate as well. So, but I got this wooden beam in my house, and literally this is how I know when I need to dust, right? Is because this wooden beam is like the central focal point of the house, and literally I can punch that thing hard enough that the main cross beam that's over top of it can literally shake dust off it. I can hit it hard enough that if dust falls, I know that it's time to dust my house. Like, no joke, I actually got, like, you can see the indents in the wood from the same spot from where I've just, over the years that I've done it. Like, yeah, I've got it to the point to where I'd like to try breaking bricks, those little slate bricks. I'd like to try doing that once, since I can't feel my hand. I'd like to try doing that. I wonder how hard that'd be, those little, you know what I'm talking about? That you see in the, what are they called, the chopping competitions? I'm curious. But as a little kid, like, I mean, my grandpa, he was a biker. He was a scrappy fighter. He always told me, always keep your hands strong. And he used to do the same thing. He had a punching bag that he had like duct tape or something like wrapped around like crazy. And I remember being a little kid watching my granddad down there just sitting there punching, swinging, and and going until his knuckles would bleed. And I asked him why he did that, and he said, well, when they heal, they get tougher. They scar, but they get tougher. my grandpa, he was purely all about it, and I was a little kid, and so I've always been all about it. So I started doing the same thing as a little kid. And yeah, no, my brother won't let me punch him. We were doing that, that hit for hit. When you're younger, you do the hit for hit thing. My brother wouldn't let me. My brother wouldn't let me take my turn. Never. We were playing it once, right? Okay, now mind you, collarbone, right? Well, my brother punched me and he hit me in my collarbone, right? I was like, oh, well, you little, So I was like, all right, well, hit for hit, So I did the same thing, and when I hit his broke. I was like, oh. So yeah, he won't never play hit for hit for me. And we were young when that happened. I was like 14. Broke that beast clean, just like, and he was like, I'd like to try it. Like, I always thought about ordering some online, order some of those little blocks to try, just because, man. Like, I wonder how cool that'd be able to break 2 or 3 of them. I mean, I'd be pretty confident I could break 2 or 3. Not 100%, but I mean, I'm at like a 30% confident level that I could break 3 of them. With my fist, not the side of my hand, either. I would try it, especially with the nerve damage I've got, where I can't feel like there ain't very much pain there. You know what I mean? Now, when the numbness wears off, that is a different story. 'Cause then I do feel it. But when your arms are numb 90% of the day, who cares? Because the rest of the time, you're sleeping. I'm sleeping anyway. But I will admit, since I started playing Farming Simulator and using the steering wheel and all that, I have noticed that, I mean, you don't think about it, but this steering wheel don't have a lot of pressure. But I'll tell you what, when I can look at my arms and I can flex and I can actually see the change from playing with this thing to that, dude, this steering wheel is nice too, man. I'll tell you what, it don't seem like a lot, but it don't take only but a couple of pounds to gain muscle. You can be ripped like Arnold and still lift 3 pounds and gain muscle. He'll tell you the same thing. It's all about repetitions. But when I drive, real life, I drive with my left hand, not my right. But everything else I do with my right hand, mainly. Swinging a hammer, stuff like that, I don't like to write with my left because it looks real sloppy. But if I ever sign contracts, I do sign on my left, not my right. So that way when they say, well, is that your signature? I can say, nope. This is my signature. And write it down my right hand. That's mean to do. People do it, though. People do it. And it's a way to get out of it. It is a way. You can get out of contracts that way. Because technically, you're supposed to sign with your dominant hand. A lot of people don't realize that, but that's a thing of antiquity. Like, that's always really been a way with contracts. Like, with a written contract, you are supposed to sign that contract with your dominant hand, because that shows pure intent. Or if you sign it with your left, technically you're ripping somebody off. Usually it's the person that wrote out the contract for you. Yeah, look it up, man. It's weird. That's just like if you read the Constitution, right? If you're in America, if you read the Constitution, that driver's license they make you buy, you don't technically need it. If you read the law or the Constitution, which is our main set of what we follow on, right? Our mainline basis, our laws, whatnot. It says that you have the right to travel freely and unhindered. And you know the insurance that you buy for your vehicles? Technically, that's, those vehicles, that's for, like, everyday vehicles, right? While your personal car, your personal stuff, technically don't fall under that. If you read it and you actually learn, like, the wording, like, really, you don't even need to have insurance on your car to be driving. As long as you, stick to the laws and you do it right and you fight it right, you go to court, you'll win it every time. The only way you're not going to win it is if you come up across a judge that doesn't want to honor the Constitution and the stuff that they had swore oath to uphold and everything when they took the bar exam. Yeah, you can get, there's plenty of little sneaky ways to get around. That's just like, here by me, we have a road that literally has a 0 speed limit. Okay, when you come out of a town, it'll say, speed limit 45, speed limit 55, right? Well, if it says speed zone ends, and there is not a speed limit sign after that or with it, technically that speed limit does not apply. If it's 55 on the main roads, but yet you see that, technically you can travel any speed you want. And those speeds are technically only suggestions. If you look it up, the speed limit is not a law. It is only a suggestion. It's a suggestion the government put in place to help do what? Control you. Because if they can keep you in control, if they can make you only do 55, which most people do, then that just shows they've got you under the thumb. Even if it's just a tinge. Yeah, there's a lot of things, if you guys read that, like, I spend a lot of time reading that crap. I've actually been pulled over on said road doing almost 80, and I went to court and I fought it, and I did win, because legally it says speed limit ends, their speed zone ends, and from the other city, going from the one town to the other town, you're actually crossing counties, and both counties, it's set up the same way. When you're coming out of town, speed zone ends, not a single sign anywhere that tells you what the speed is, right? Even though you know that it should be 55. But if you look into it and you actually read and do the research, you'll find that when it says speed zone ends, that means it ain't 45 no more. It's whatever you want to go. The cops won't even pull me over anymore on the road. I'll pass them at like 65, 68, 70. Put my hand out to them. Yeah, they don't pull me over no more. I've only been pulled over 2 or 3 times since for it, and just been like, you might want to call your captain up, man. You might want to call the sergeant up. They hate it because if you know it, you can get away with it. But if you don't, they're gonna give you a ticket for it, and that judge will take your money every time. I love the county I live in. I'm just waiting for them to do like they did up north, where they took some of our roads and they started implementing 60 mile an hour or 65 mile an hour instead of 55. I can't wait, because the one road that I have north of me that runs east and west used to be a 65 mile an hour road, not a 55 mile an hour road. But when they replaced the signs on the road, they didn't replace them with the ones they were supposed to put up. They put up 55 mile an hour signs. They didn't make a change in the amendments to the area or nothing to do it. They just changed them out. But legally on the one road you can go 65 even though it says 55, because they were the wrong signs they put up. But yeah, no, it's weird. If you read the rules and regulations and stuff, you'll find that some stuff you're just getting screwed out of. Like, I'm trying to figure out how I can go about doing it legal, because, don't get me wrong, I don't want to pay for registration. Government don't need my money for that. They get plenty enough money from us every other way they take us. But yeah, I don't know. Legally, you can get away with actually driving your personal vehicles without needing any of that insurance. I'd always say carry insurance because if you get into an accident, you don't want to make sure you're covered, and the other party's covered from your misdeeds. You know what I mean? You don't ever want to do that. Like getting that little sticker that you got to put on your plate, you can get away with not having that. And you can get away with not having to have a driver's license too. Weird. So many things you can get away with. And the problem is that 90% of the stuff, 99% of the stuff that laws that we have in the United States anyway, like they expect you to automatically know that. You know that, right? Like, because if you go into court and you say, oh, well, I didn't know that, the first word that's going to come out of their mouth is, well, you can't claim ignorance of the law. You should know this. And they will tell you that. Because I remember I got busted for my mom's cigarettes. I told you guys the story before. But that's exactly what the judge said to me when he gave me a year of probation for my mom's pack of cigarettes or carton of cigarettes that was in her duffel bag in the back of my car. You can't claim ignorance of the law. And I was like, what do you mean ignorance of the law? He's like, it's 18 or older. I was like, I get that. I'm 17, they're not mine. My mom had my car. Oh, well, you can't claim ignorance of the law. If you knew it was 18 or older, you shouldn't have had them in your vehicle. I didn't know they were there. The cop had to go through the bag to even find them. Like, it's my mom's, it's got her name on it. They just came back from a trip. I jumped in my car and left as soon as they got home. Ignorance of the law. Still got me a year of probation. Over nothing. And you want to know something? That year of probation, over that stupid carton of cigarettes that my mom left in my car, when they took my car, right? That got me denied from getting into the Air Force when I was younger. That got me denied from getting into the Air Force. They said it was going to be expunged, it would be removed from my record. Not even the government would find it. It'd be gone after I served my time. Not my time, but did my community service. So I went and I did community service for a veterinary clinic. I learned a lot about taking care of animals and whatnot. So I've learned a lot in my life. I would say I'm a jack of all trades, but a master of none. But a little bit of money will get you some. You know what I mean? A little bit of that money will get you some of that experience put out, man. But yeah, no, it's weird. Can't claim ignorance of the law. Oh, great. Just like, ooh, potential spam, you guys. Potential spam. I'm going to put it on speakerphone. Let's see. Hopefully it's potential spam. Give me a second. Hello?
Hello, this is Henry.
This is not Henry. Is this somebody trying to call about a bill? Because everybody that calls for this Henry dude, I've told them to take me off their calling list.
I will put you on the do not call list.
I would appreciate that because I've had this number for over a year now, and I don't know who Henry is. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't care who he is, but I keep getting calls from numbers that are coming from your guys' area, and it's just, so I would really much appreciate being put on a do not call list.
Yeah, I will put you on a do not call list from our company.
I would very much appreciate it because if I have to call a lawyer, I will. Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, bye. God damn. Did I hate those people, dude? Now you see what kind of a guy I am when I'm not talking to you guys. When I say I'm a dink, I'm 40 plus years old. I'm not playing no kids games. I'm not here to play mommy daddy clean up for anybody. You know what I mean? That I've done that. I've raised 4 kids. I ain't dealing with these people trying to take my extra pennies. I don't care who Henry is. I don't care what he's got. I don't care if he's got syphilis, gonorrhea. I don't care. Don't call me about him. Leave me alone. God dang, dude. I had 6 calls yesterday alone from these spam callers for Henry. Who the heck is Henry? You know what I mean? I don't care. Quit calling me, dude. like serious, like it was like serious 6 to 8 times yesterday, man. Like, and I'm serious. Like, I will call a lawyer about this if I have to, and just enough to put the stink under their nose. You know what I mean? Like, leave me alone, dude. I don't know Henry. I don't care. Actually, I've had my number for about 2.5, 3 years now, but still. Pop off, Harry. Pop off. Get out of here. But see, now usually when they call and they're like, you know, and they're trying to talk me into something, like, when it's just like a regular call, like, I'll play along with it for a minute and be like, yeah, I'll think about it. That sounds pretty good. Well, no, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, I really don't think I want to do that. You have yourself a good day. But sir. And then I'll play around with them for a few more minutes, make it feel like, yeah, you know, this is actually sounding pretty good. And then I just hang the phone up on them. Have a good day. Some of them I will mess with because I actually enjoy having fun with them. But, oh. Shoot me now. Right in the toe. He'd be bummed later if he goes to get on YouTube to watch a video and he sees my stream, he starts watching it and realizes, oh crap, I was on that guy, well, he was recording me. I don't know if in my state I'm supposed to have permission from both sides. I'll tell you right now, they don't have permission from me when they start recording my crap. I went off on a rant on one of the internet guys here a couple months back, and well, none of them would talk to me, so I had to go up to the main store to talk to him because this one guy was irritating the crap out of me, and the manager there, he goes, well, I think this is why they won't talk to you. And then he played the recording of me going off on this dude. And this dude, don't get me wrong, this dude was being a jerk about my internet. And, like, I've been dealing with them for 9 years, this company I've been going through now. And I just had it one day, and I blew up on this dude. Like, I mean, I was asking questions that I'm not going to repeat on here. Because it was borderline is your father your brother type thing, you know what I'm like. I was going hard on this guy because he was being a dink, and I had to drive, like I said, I had to drive up there just to talk to somebody, and I got it cleared up with the people. But man, dude, that dude was so rude to me, and I just gave him back what he was giving me in his tone. I don't have that tone to be rude. I'm blunt. You guys have been with me enough, you know. I'm blunt. I'll tell you what I think, and kind of what I did. And the guy is sitting there, and he was laughing about it. He's like, you know, you're not supposed to be like this. I was like, I don't care. When I call about an issue and I explain what my issue is, and the dude's gonna just laugh at me and say, oh no, that's a problem on your end, not my end. And I've already had you guys out to my house to replace everything. Don't laugh at me like that. Don't talk to me in condescending ways that you're going to try to make me feel down. Because you know what? I'm going to hit below the belt, and if I have to, I'm going to hit below the belt, and I'm going to twist and hurt you. I'm telling you what. Like, I was taught by my step-parents, it's a bad way to learn it too, but my parents were real mean, really mean. So it didn't matter if I did good in school. Oh, well, you could have done better. Oh, well, you won that wrestling match? Well, maybe next time you'll win that wrestling match a few seconds fast. You know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of people go through that, but yeah, no, over the years, I got tired of that condescending crap, so I'll put it to them. My kids absolutely hate me. They do. My daughters, they moved when me and my ex-wife separated. They went with her. And they went and lived in the big city, right? And me, I'm a country boy. I'm out in the mud, wanting to get her done. You know what I mean? Let's go out and let's go have some fun. Well, they acclimated to the city life, and you know, they'd forgotten all the times they were outside playing in the mud and picking up bugs and playing with worms and kissing fish when we would catch 'em, you know what I mean? Stuff that country people out of their mind would do. You know, just fun stuff. And I tried to talk to my daughter a couple months ago. My oldest, her birthday is actually coming up in 3 days, 4 days, 5 days away from now, whatever it is. And I was talking to her, and I'm me. I've been me since I don't remember, you know. But I've been me, you know, this is how I am. And she looked right at me, and she had the gall to tell me that I'm the one that has to change. And mind you, when they would come out to my house, I had everything for them. We had go-karts, we had four-wheelers, we had gaming systems. I mean, for being, a single father at the time, I had everything that I wanted to make sure my kids would have to have fun, at least at my house, to come over, right? They weren't bribes, they weren't nothing like that, because my dad tried that crap on me when I was a little kid. So did my mom, and I'm not down to the whole bribe thing either. So I don't use bribery unless it's me trying to get the kids to do dang dishes. Sorry, you'll hear some swear words out of me. I'm an adult. This is a mature channel. No vulgarity though. Try not to. Whole lot. But anyway, you know what I mean. So it's just like she was telling me I had to go. I'm the one that had to change. And it's like I've been living this way 40 plus years, and since you moved into town with your mommy. You became all prissy and girly and, ooh, a little bit of mud under my nail's gonna hurt me type crap. And you're gonna tell me that I'm the one that's gotta change? Like, are you serious? Why? Because I am a father of old school. I do believe in the palm of your hand on the butt cheek if they do something. You know what I mean? I don't care what you say. You are what you are. If you don't like that, the door is there. It swings both ways. But I'm a firm believer that if a kid does something wrong, they need a pat for it, and not a good pat. Not a, hey kid, number 1, gold sticker on the board. No. If you do something wrong, the punishment fits the crime. You know what I mean? I was never like mean, I never had to go the route of having to spank anybody because my kids listened. I was stern. I talk stern. My voice can be stern. You know what I mean? And something about the coldness in my eyes, they tell me, is what makes them, scared of me. It was like, coldness in my eyes? They're like, yeah, you just have no love in your eyes. I was like, okay, whatever. That's what made them scared to want to be with me, supposedly, because I was cold. It's not that I was cold. I was going through a divorce. I was trying to figure out how to cope with crap, I wasn't jumping right into the sack with the next person that came and said hi to me like their mother did. I had to actually cope with it. And what some people don't realize is that, when you go through that and you have everything ripped away from you, you literally come to that end where you either have two choices, you keep going or you don't. And I was at the end of the ladder. And I tried, and it failed. And I'm still here, almost 20 years later. You know what I mean? So, thank every godly body for that. Because I would not be here today. I was on that end. And that's what some people don't realize is that when some people do that, that literally yanks your life right away. Like, I end up meeting the woman that I'm with now, some months later. But, I went through that experience where thankfully the hammer didn't go. Thankfully it didn't kick, because I wouldn't be here talking to you guys today. So I'm very thankful that it didn't. And I can authentically say, sitting here with a tear in the corner of my eye, that I am glad to this day that I did not do it. Because I've come across so much more to live for and things to do. Meeting crowds like you guys here in the chat, stuff like that. Like, that keeps me going day to day. Because my kids, they done did the same thing their mother did. They packed up and they left a long time ago. The only time they come around is when it's their birthday, so I expect to hear from her maybe in the next couple of days. Hey, so what am I getting for my birthday? You know what I mean? Nothing. But you know what I mean? I don't know about disabling, but making kids know they need to do their, what they're told. If you're given a chore to do, that's what you do. You know what I mean? I don't know how hard that is for anybody to understand. Like, when someone asks you, hey, go pick your bowl up and put it in the sink, why do you gotta say no? You know what I mean? Like, for me, a no would've got to the back, to the mouth. You know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, my kids, when they were younger, if they said no, punishment fits the crime. That's all I'm gonna say. Punishment fits the crime. You guys can take that however you want. Punishment fits the crime. You know what I mean? Come to my house, kick my dog, find out what happens. Punishment will fit the crime. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, with me as a child, if I ever said no, I got a backhand to the mouth. Was that an appropriate measure? You best believe. Why? Because I learned not to say no. I learned to do my chores. Did my kids? Yes, they did. Once they realized that at mommy's house they didn't have to do anything, did they quit going to daddy's house? Yes, they did. Because I feel like if I say, hey, your turn to do the dishes, and you look at me and you say no, guess what? Guess what you're not using for the rest of the 2 days? You get a paper plate and a plastic fork. Oh, and if it's missing a tongue or two because I rewashed it, oh well, you're gonna learn to do the dishes. Won't ya? I'm a dink. I really am. Like, my stepkids, they're 15 and almost 17 now. They don't want to do none. So you know what I've been doing? Cutting the internet off, turning on my lag switch. Oh, the game's not running for you? Well, find something else to do. Oh, that's my internet that you want to use, but you don't want to go out and do the dishes that you just sat here all week and used up? Later, Gator. You know what I mean? I ain't playing that, Mr. Tater. I'm not doing it. I'm not Susie Homemaker. It's not happening, Captain. It's not. Not gonna happen. I'm not here to clean up everybody else's mess. You make a mess, you clean up your own dang mess. So that gets me worked up, man. Like, I love my stepkids to death, but man, when I tell them, hey, go do this or hey, go do that, and they just sit there on their video game for an extra 2 hours. I bought the wife's PS5. I'm ready to smash it. I bought it. $900 is what I paid for that dang thing when they were having that, that microchip outage. I paid $900 for her dang PC or her PlayStation. I'll smash the crap out of it. And you know what? I'll buy her a new TV too if I have to. But I told her the next time I ask them to do something, they tell me no, or they don't do it. I'm putting my sledgehammer through the TV and the PlayStation. I don't care. I really don't. I'm going to put you in your place and you're going to learn it. And if you're watching my stream, I guess you're knowing it right now, aren't you, kiddos? Stepdad's a dink. I am. It's not that I'm a dink. It's just that I'm tired of this. I'm going to call it the Rose Bowl. You know what I mean? I'm tired of it. The GOV needs to get out the house, let parenting get back to parenting where it belongs. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, I mean, as a child, my stepmother liked to use a rosebush branch. And yes, I've got the marks to prove it. But I don't believe in a paddle. I don't believe in a belt. What I believe in is the palm of that hand. Or the back of that hand. That's what I believe in. It always set me straight as a kid. and dish soap if I ever slipped up and said something on accident that I wasn't supposed to that I'd see on TV. Like, yippee-ki-yay, mother... Yeah, I'd get something in my mouth for that. But I'm talking... Bruce Willis was stuff back then, though, man. I mean, if you watch Die Hard and you didn't say it when he said it, you wasn't a Die Hard fan. You really weren't. You know what I mean? When he'd come in being like, yippee-ki-yay, you had to be there with it. I mean, if you weren't, you just weren't with it. You know, you just weren't with the times, man. Serious. Hey, don't think I'm a bad guy, guys. I'm not a bad person. I'm not. I just feel like things have gotten soft, and it's time to tighten it up a bit, boys. Know what I mean? Be what you want to be. Be who you want to be. They taught you that in Reading Railroad. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Railroad. Right? They taught you could be anything you wanted to be. Do anything you want. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But man, this soft jelly-filled stuff we've got going on for the last 15 years, 20 years, it's got these kids that are in their early 20s now that just think that being as open and pious with their mouth as they want to be ain't going to get them in trouble. Well, clearly, I mean, you got clear definitions of that. If you look all over this country, you'll see it. I don't want to use any examples, but 3 kids broke into a house with a gun, opened fire on the guy. They all end up going to the other side. You know what I mean? They went to their final interview. You know what I mean? And why is that? Because they weren't put in their place as a kid. They weren't taught that this is good, this is bad. You know what I mean? That's just one case. That's just one case of kids that are under the age of 20 that don't have the discipline that the government has taken away from us to be able to give our kids, has gotten us. People say, oh no, beating your kids makes it worse. Show me where that actually makes it worse. Because if you look at the 50s, the 60s, and even back into the older generations like my grandparents, and even the lost generation, like, they were hard, but they knew what to do. You know what I mean? Like, life wasn't lost on them. If something happened, they could go out, build a fire, grab a stick and string, and they could put their life back together. You take a 20-year-old today, 3 of them, you put them out on an island somewhere with just the knowledge that they've got from doing what they do and living the way they do now, they're not gonna make it unless you're giving them the proper stuff like matches and a lighter. Because I'll be damned if they're gonna go out there with a stick and a piece of twine or even a vine and be able to make you a fire. I can. Can any of you guys? I can do it. My kids can. A lot of the younger people that my wife worked with couldn't. No, it's just they're too soft is what it is. The thing is with like my generation, like obviously a lot of us that are in the 40s and whatnot, we were all born before the cell phone era. Yeah, there was computers that I wouldn't even consider those things computers, even though they were the predecessors of what we got now, or however you want to use it. But you know what I mean? Like, it was different. Like, I didn't have my first cell phone until I was 21, I think. Is when I got my first. No, I was 19 when I got my first cell phone, because I was traveling to Carnival and needed something to call home on. And I didn't want to keep using the pay phones, and Nokia came out, so I was using the Nokia cell phone when they first came out, right? I was 19, 20, whatever. The only reason I bought it was because I was on the road. When I quit traveling, you know where that Nokia went? I ran the minutes out of it, I tossed it into a desk drawer, and then and that's where it stayed. I still have my original cell phone, my very first cell phone. You know what I mean? We didn't. When I was graduating high school in 2001, they were teaching us computer stuff, but I was not into the computer stuff. You know what I mean? I did take a course. I learned how to use, like the main logistics, main parts of a computer. You know what I mean? The art pad, the notepad, all that stuff. So I'm not real like computer there, because I was more into building houses and doing stuff that real men should be doing. Out busting your hands open, screaming God nabbit, and getting electrocuted and stuff, building houses, building a productive future for the future, Not trying to build myself to be soft, that if I bump my toe or someone accidentally bumps into me, I'm going to scream whatever they scream anymore. You know what I mean? We were taught in the school that some things just weren't meant to be used for labels as things because they just don't fit. So it's just kind of like a bunch of bullet. I don't know. You want to be a cat person? That's cool. Whatever. Be a cat person. But I just find like it's just, I don't know. It's gone overboard. Definitely need to do something that benefits everybody and not just the rich. I mean, we got people sleeping under goddamn viaducts, under bridges, but yet we're sending hundreds of thousands to other countries that prefer, they'd rather not help us, but yet, we're sending hundreds of millions of dollars to other countries to help their poor and their needy. But yeah, we got our own poor and needy here. I mean, is there another country sending us revenue that we don't know about, that the government's not telling us, and they're just not wanting to help out our needy like we somehow do other countries? You know what I mean? And that's the biggest problem. I think that's the biggest problem with the world, is that all these countries are vibing and fighting over these issues that they're having, rather than worrying about the issues that they have in their own freaking country, I mean, heck, Russia and Ukraine have been going at it for, a little over a year now. But yet, just 3 months ago, Russia handed over 6 or 7 people that had fled Ukraine for for certain charges. They had fled Ukraine into Russia, and Russia just sent them all back. Not even 2 months ago, but yet they're in an actual physical confrontation war with them. But yet they sent prisoners back that had got caught by the cops for whatever crime they'd done in Ukraine, right? But yet they're sending them, like, what's going on with that? You're fighting the people, but yet you're sending them able manpower back to them? Like, that's weird. Like, honestly, I think all that stuff over there just needs to end. Bygones need to be bygones. We don't even need to be there doing anything about it. We shouldn't be sending anything to them. Literally, I mean that in the most vile of ways. That dude was just a comedian before he became a president. He needs to go back to doing his day job. Because I've looked into it, and since he's taken over, he's really hurt the place. So he's not doing the best on his own. I think they just need to quit the fighting entirely. I think Russia should step up, help rebuild all these towns and cities where they'd hit and killed innocent civilians. I think they need to go in and play like America does, because America is going to end up going in and helping them rebuild. You watch, no doubt about it. We're going to end up sending billions of dollars over there to help them rebuild in a war that we technically weren't in, even though they are buying weaponry from U.S. distributors, you know what I mean, for their pew-pew power. But honestly, I think they need to cut that off. They need to stop sending everything, humanitarian aid, everything. We need to quit sending everything there. And use all the aid we have to get the veterans that are on the streets, the homeless that are on the streets. Like here in Michigan, we never really had a big problem in my area with homeless, right? But in the last 5 years, they end up finding a homeless camp here not a couple months ago out in the woods. Yeah, there's over 80 people living there that are homeless, and they're from this area. Some people that the people thought were gone and packed up and moved away have been living out in this homeless camp because they couldn't afford the rent. They couldn't afford to keep going because their weekly salary wasn't enough. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that salary needs to go up. I don't think pay needs to go up. What I think needs to change is the people that are producing it. They don't need to physically charge that much. Like, if you look at the price of a barrel of oil, for just the price of a barrel of crude now to the early 90s, I think it's changed like maybe $5, right? But yeah, I started driving in 96 when I started driving a car. Gas was 89 cents a gallon. When I got my actual driver's license and could drive, it was 91 cents a gallon. Now we're paying, in some states, $7, $8 a gallon. And why? Because people out there crying for more and more money in their paychecks. That's really all it is. If you were to take and give everybody a simple paycheck that did the oil thing at like a straight $15 an hour, $20 an hour even, that would drop the gas of our price dramatically. It's weird. Yeah, and it's crazy, dude. Like 501 like homeless that are registered is what you're saying. Like, and that's insane too. In just like one area, like in my area, we got, like I said, we got like they had like over 80 people. Like, it's insane, dude. What's going on, Jack? Oh, not much, man. You've been here for a minute, man. I'm just talking. Just talking about the world issues that I think they could do. They could be done. It could be done in a jiffy, but they just don't want to. Why? Because it feeds the power of the government. It really does. They're the ones that put them there. They're the ones that essentially did it. And I bet you didn't know that if you're an American, you're born here, you are technically born in LLC, pretty much. Pretty much are born in LLC. And if you go to the Secretary of State and you fill out the proper appropriate paperwork, you can literally claim so much money that the government was actually riding on you in case you died. No joke. Like, there's a way to do it. I have a book by somebody called Mark Trudeau. No, not the Canadian dude. not the Prime Minister. Better not be. If it is, I'm throwing it away. But I have one that teaches you like secret tips and tricks, for like hidden wealth. Like, say you had a bank account that may have had $20 in it that you'd forgotten about, right? And you just forgot about it for years. Well, maybe that $20 has turned into $400. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's weird. But like, I got books that like get in detail on stuff like that, man. No, the 4th of July was not over taxes. The 4th of July is our Independence Day. It's the day that we gained our independence from England. It's when we became our own individual country. That's what 4th of July is. Man, if someone taught you that it was about taxes, dude, wow, man. I feel sorry for that school system, man. Holy cow. No, but the federal tax was only a payment that the Americans were to pay, and at the time it was voluntary, and it was for war efforts. That's what the federal taxes were for. After the Civil War was over, it was only supposed to run for like a month after that, that they were going to collect the taxes on, and then it was going to be done. But somebody named John Wilkes Booth decided to jump in a room, go pew pew, and unfortunately ended the man that was going to sign that to stop it. Because it was like 2 or 3 days after that incident happened, he was supposed to go sign the paperwork to terminate our federal taxes. Our maritime war tax is what it was called back in the day. So technically your federal taxes, and if you read the paperwork, it's voluntary still to this day. Still to this day, if you read that paperwork, you do not have to pay federal taxes. Look it up. It is in the paperwork. You do not have to pay your federal taxes. And you can legally get away with it without them coming after you. Because it was voluntary. Like, no joke. Look it up. And with the stuff that Numbnuts is trying to do right now, if that big beautiful plan goes through, if you make over 120K, you ain't gotta pay federal taxes or whatever. Sorry, Mr. Orange Hair, Little Hands. It's technically already there. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I liked some of his views that he had starting out, but the way that he turned out with the second term, nah. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'd rather have Clinton back. I don't think he was any better. What? Yeah, look it up. If you actually look through the thing about the taxes and stuff, you'll find out that there is a spot in there. I can't remember what the number is. There is an actual spot in there where it says that federal taxes are voluntary. The word they use is not voluntary, but the word they use, if you look it up in the dictionary, means voluntary. Honestly, what I just want to see this crap across seas stopping. This whole tariff thing, he needs to just pull his head out his backside and get that stuff straightened out. Because that's going to ruin people. It will. It'll hurt people. Us people on the low end will feel it. We really will. But this big, beautiful plan bill is supposed to help offset that, they say. I don't agree with it, personally. But hey, it is what it is right now. Maybe someone will come in with a good head on their shoulders and, some of these ideas that I got, maybe they'll find a way to come to the conclusion on their own, of their own way of implementing it. You know what I mean? And maybe things will change. Do I feel like the world should be to the point where you have to do nothing and you get absolutely everything that you want? No. I still feel that everybody should have to work. You know what I mean? Put in their time. 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week ain't gonna kill you. It's not gonna kill anybody, really. And if I could pick up more than what I could with my neck issues, I'd be back to work. Don't vote me president. No, you don't. You don't want me president. Trust me, things would change, but some people would find it very, very unfriendly for them. Why? Because I don't like lazy people. The way I see it, okay, if you're a live streamer, right, and you quit a good 40-hour-a-week job that may have been factory work, whatever, a 40-hour-a-week job, it's paying you your bills, it's doing stuff, but yeah, you're doing something productive, that's helping the country, you know, whether it's building parts or like plastic parts for healthcare tubes or whatever. Like if you're doing something like that and you decide to quit that to go to live streaming, sorry, you are a capital R-E-ARD. You know what I mean? It's stupid. It's just stupid. I'm sorry. And I've come across 2 or 3 different streamers that are like, oh yeah, I'm only getting like 40, 50 views, but, and the one guy quit easily $120,000 job a year, he said. Okay, so why did you quit that to come to do this to make $20 an hour? You mental case, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, if I could work back out like I used to, I would be doing that and I would not be doing this. Why? Because I was productive. I was trying to become a supervisor, you know what I mean? So Ark and Farm Sim for everyone. If I became president, it would be law that everybody would have to at least game 2 hours a day. They'd have to have some type of chill pill. I don't care. You know, if you're, don't matter what type of chill pill you're into, as long as it's not, you know, beyond the recreational stages of the alcohol or, you know, that stuff that they got recreationally now, you know. Something to cool you down, to get that anger out for the day, that'd be the way it'd go, man. Everybody would have to have at least 2 hours of gaming a day. Have to be 2 hours a day gaming. It don't matter if it's in the middle of your work day, man. If that time kicks in, you just feel like you got to do it. You know what? You're taking 2 hours off work. You're getting that 2 hours of gaming in, man. You're chilling and chilling. Don't need, you know, don't want people working themselves to death. I'd have it set up so that it's only 40-hour weeks. You don't have to work overtime. Overtime would be not a mandatory thing. It'd be a voluntary at your own discretion. You know what I mean? I'd have that implemented across the board. And healthcare, I would definitely go for a decent, cheap healthcare that's cheap enough for everybody to afford. And obviously where you're not going to get turned down, because that's the biggest problem that people have, right? I'm too young to run for president anyway. I'm only 41. You got to be like close to 50, don't you? But you know what I mean? Like, I would implement some stuff that would flip some wigs and turn some people upside down. And I'll tell you what, the people with anything over 10 million in their bank account, they'd be severely hurt. You know why? I don't care if you made over, I don't care. If you got over 10 million in your bank, the government's taking half of it. You don't need that much. We're going to take that and we're going to disperse that out to everybody else. Yeah, you got that much, but you know what? You're going to work, you're going to make that again. Your money's gonna fill back up over time, because that's just how interest works in a bank. Sorry, if you got over 10 million in it, we're taking some, man. Homeless people need help. You guys clearly got the money. You can help out. You're helping. You're part of this country. You live here. You're helping. You know what I mean? Eventually, the country would get to the point where everybody's doing something and everybody's getting something in return. I'd make it go across the board. See, now people like that, people with the ability to go on expeditions and stuff, don't get me wrong, they're not going to get much of a break. They're going to get a break. Why? Because I want to see Mars. I want to see Pluto. I want to be able to say, hey guys, did you guys have fun going on that cool outer space trip? You know what I mean? That's what I want. I would definitely be setting up. I would definitely set it up to where the country worked hand in hand, in tandem, with any and every other country that wanted to partake. Equal partnership across the board. You stab me in the back, I put one in your head. You know what I mean? Type thing. You know what I mean? Like no stabbing in the back, none of that. Get rid of all that crap. Oh, you said this, but only delivered this, and you don't want to deliver this? Whoosh, take a hand. I bet you'll deliver next time. You know what I mean? Like make it equal, man. Make it across the board. All those rich blokes will have to help pay out, man. Have to help the homeless. While they're sitting there in their richy high houses eating $300 gold wrapped T-bone steaks and crap. That $300 T-bone steak going to feeding 50 people at the local community soup kitchen or something. You know what I mean? Like, and the thing is they could donate all that money out to do that stuff, and it's a tax write-off. They ain't gonna get charged for it. You know what I mean? See, now if you're a homeless person and you're buying, and if I were to ever become pregnant, Jesus God, I'm a man, I'm not gonna become pregnant. Sorry, it don't work that way. But if I was to become president, if you were homeless and you were caught using that money to buy drugs or something of that sort, you know where you're gonna end up? The county. You know what you're gonna be doing? You're gonna be joining the chain gang. You know what you're gonna be doing after that? Out there swinging them hammers and picks. You know why? Because I'll take it back to the 1700s, mother truckers. I won't deal with it. I don't care if people like to smoke. You know, you know what I mean? Even President Obama smoked a doobie or two, he said, in his high school days. You know what I mean? Big deal. And he was a president. He smoked a little dope. Who cares, right? Whatever. But nah, dude. If you're getting government help and you're caught doing stuff like that, you need to be in jail. You need to be straight in jail. Why? Because you're gonna help the community. You know why? 'Cause I'm gonna have you out there with one of those little grabber things. I'm gonna have you picking up, I don't care if it's duck poop or geese poop off the side of the beach or trash off the side of the road or outside the road. You gonna be doing something. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna just use the government money to buy yourself some drugs. It wouldn't happen. I'm not gonna say that I wouldn't become dictator style, but I'll tell you what, I'd be the coolest dang dictator you ever had. Forget president. I'd be a dictator. I really would. But I'll tell you what, I'd make that Kim Jong-un look like the devil. And he'd be the first person I put a stop to instantly. Because he's the root cause of a lot of it. He's been after trying to hurt our country for decades. Ever since before he took over, he was trying to find ways and wanting to find ways to do it. He'd be the first person I'd drop. Guarantee you at least half the problems over there stop instantly. Sorry, that sounds bad. But that'd be the only war or conflict I'd ever put anybody in. And it wouldn't even be a war. I'd go for the main house and successorship, because that's how they run over there. Seems like. 'Cause I bet you the next it's gonna be handed down to his kid next. I'd take the whole house out. I'm sorry. I know that sounds low, but hey. Look at what's his name's kid, man. That one guy that we took out, man. His kid's over there now running his own little thing, and he's trying to build up so that he can attack us too, you know? You guys didn't know about that, did you? Yeah. What's his name? It was the same as our president there. Well, it was Osama bin Laden. He's got a couple of kids over there. One kid's only like, what, 8 or 9 last I knew. This was like a couple years ago. He's already over there running full goddamn groups, trying to figure out, at his young age, trying to figure out how he's going to break our military strategies and stuff. And the government got wind of this. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, yeah, okay, we'll leave him be. You're gonna leave him be when in 10 years he's gonna be sending people in here with gas bombs or something hooked to them like they did with 9/11 type stuff. Are you serious? Nah, dude, no. If he's already running people that are killing, running all the, you know what I mean? Sorry, I don't care if you're 10 years old. If you're running a major league thing like that, dude, there's only one place for you, because you're never gonna stop and you're never gonna change. Sorry about it, but euthanasia is way to go, I guess. I know. I'm a dame. I wasn't lying. I'm blunt and I speak my mind and I don't have a filter. I'm trying to keep my filter in place, but it's not working. Sorry. You guys are getting a good rant today, aren't you? I'm just tired. feed lots of homeless and I bet you they appreciate that. I bet they appreciate it. I bet some of them really do appreciate it. I wish I could help. I really do. Maybe someday when my channel's big enough, I might be able to run something like that and actually run a charity like type thing, because like I'm serious, like I'm speaking from the heart on it. Like I seriously believe that numbnuts, aka orange haired little hands, I don't care how you guys feel about them, you like them, you dislike them, I don't care. Teach their own, your opinion is yours and it's yours alone, right? But I really feel that the bullcrap that they're fighting with and that they're arguing with each other there in Congress, I really feel they need to look at our own instead of everyone else. People complained about the Elon Musk thing there that they were doing for a while, the Doge. But yeah, he was finding millions on millions, even up to $1 billion, I think, on a couple different things, right? Why are people complaining? That's your tax dollars that you're paying in taxes every week. The government's just taking and saying, hey, let's pretend like we're teaching these guys about safe sex here. Let's pretend like we're teaching these guys over here how to build better houses, or you know what I mean? Like, no, dude, no. How about we put that into our country and teach veterans that lost their legs how to walk on new metal legs, like Lieutenant Dan, or God damn, you know what I mean? Like, oh, sorry guys. They don't want my voice in Congress. They really don't. They'd kick me out or throw me in jail so quick. Because I'm telling you what, my thin layered filter that I'm trying to hold on to right now even would be shattered before I ever walked through that door. I'd walk through the main door of the Congress and I'd be like, yeah, it's off, man. I'd walk in there and be like Bruce Banner. Hulk out. Ooh. I'd go crazy on them. Like, I watch a lot of that stuff, and like, you sit there and you listen to some of these senators try to argue or defend the fact of what they're using their money for, and the dude's like, okay, Senator, you're taking money out of your country or out of your state for this, but yet it's going to, let's just say Taiwan. Taiwan's cool, man. I got a lot of cool toys that were made in Taiwan, so I'm not bashing. Okay, let's say they're sending so much money over there, right, to teach kids how to make leather shoes. Okay, let's just pretend. 100%, 1000% pretend. So don't take it out of context. If you do, I'll bash you for it. But you know what I mean? It'd be like saying, okay, he's taking $1 million out of his budget and he's sending over for that. When in his state, let's say there's 10,000 veterans and homeless waiting, but yet the money he just pulled is shutting down homeless homes or taking health care away from them. You know what I mean? Like, no. Those will be the first people that got fired. Those would be the first people that I gave the public view a chance to decide, do they stay free or do they go prison? You know what I mean? I'll tell you what, some of those guys, the stuff they do behind the walls, trust me, when that Epstein list comes out completely, we're gonna know who more of them is. And some of them just dirty. Like, hey, little kid, I got some candy. You know what I mean? Dirty. So, yeah. Like, I definitely could not become president. Guys, there's no way. I'd flip both houses on end, and the donkey and the jackass symbol would be no more. It'd be changed forever. Like, no joke. Like I said, I turned it into a dictatorship to where I listened to everybody. It's pretty much like being a king. Seriously, no joke. I would take everything into high consideration, and I would think about the people. And I would think about our people. I wouldn't think about, oh, gee, I wonder what Mexico's doing, or hey, gee, I wonder what Canada's doing today. No, I'd be wondering when I wake up in the morning sipping on my fresh cup of coffee and having a smoke of whatever you want to choose on, and I'd be wondering, what is our American people going to do today? How are they going to do? What are we going to do for them? you know. We just got extra $2 billion in. Cool, let's throw up some free housing. Let's put in some low income. You know what I mean? Low income housing, stuff like that don't hurt. But the people don't gotta let it go to complete waste and make it look like trash either. Those would be the ones that I'd be a little bit more pressurized on because, like I said, I don't like lazy people. I absolutely am appalled by anybody that can just sit there and know that work needs to be done, but they don't want to get up to help. You know what I mean? Like if I'm sitting here and I watch somebody and they're yanking the siding off their house. I'm disabled. You know what I'm doing? I'm walking over and saying, hey, sir, would you like some help with that? I can't do a lot, but hey, I will give you a hand. That's me. You can ask my wife. She'll tell you. Like, we go out to eat every once in a while, and I'll see like, an elderly gentleman or something, you know, or a woman sitting there eating food by themselves. I will literally go take that bill, and I'll go pay for it for them. Even if I've only barely got enough to get our bill paid. You know what I mean? I believe in helping everybody. And, you know, you got a couple people that'll come in chat, and they'll go right back out of chat. But, I mean, and that's what it all comes down to. You know, love thyself and love thy neighbor, they say. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I hate all my neighbors. I really do. But I don't go out of my way to treat them with disdain. You know what I mean? Like, if they give me a stink eye, I'll give them a stink eye back. But, you know what I mean? Like, I generally get along with everybody except for that guy over there. He's friends with my ex-wife's parents, so that's probably why we don't. Oh, that was. Oh, fog just kicked in, got my stuff acting all jerky. But you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it is what it is. And you can trust when people are saying it is what it is. They don't really have too much care for a lot. And as you guys heard me tell that one guy earlier, I don't care who Henry is. God dang it. I really don't when it comes right down to it. This is why I don't like talking about politics. Sorry, guys. And if you guys are new, this Komatsu is from the newest, came out I believe the 3rd of this month, FS Miners, number 8 for their mining collection. You will have to pick and choose through it until they fix the problem, which I'm hoping they do soon. Because a lot of the stuff in there, for some reason, saying that it's not compatible to FS25. But thank God, the Komatsu is. Actually, I think all the Komatsus were, because I extracted all the Komatsu mods out of their compressed file, and they're the only ones that work. So that I've downloaded anyway. A lot of the other ones I couldn't even get to go into my server. So you got to be careful on that. But yeah, and the cool thing is you see it's orange and it's not yellow like Komatsu should be. They allow you to have full roam and free choice of the color, man. Totally. I appreciate you guys all tuning in, hanging out, listening to my chatter. And I tell you what, they did good with the graphics on, or with not the graphics, the graphics is easy, the detail in it. There we go. Detail. Hey guys, appreciate y'all tuning in. If you haven't hit that like so far, man, y'all know what to do, man. Help me out. And if you enjoy the content enough, subscribe. It's free. You can always change your mind anytime you want. Not today. But yeah. What the heck? Why am I getting the light glare, dude? Why am I getting that light glare? They need to fix that. That should not be happening like that. You see that? Yeah, they need to fix that. That's a Giants issue. Oh well. Or it could be the map issue. Could just be a map issue. Not a big deal. Minor flaws like that don't bother me. Actually, you know, minor flaws like that, I actually appreciate minor flaws like that. because that's not, that window glare like that is not something I would expect to see unless I was actually inside the cab, you know what I mean? So I actually appreciate stuff like that. It's not bad. I mean, granted, yeah, that is something to fix. If that stays with me, okay. I was gonna say, if it stays with me, I might have a problem. I don't blame you, Bell. I wouldn't hand out cash either, because you will get those people that'll just take advantage of you. 1,000,000%, bud. And if that's what you do, dude, I appreciate it, and I thank you for at least helping out the people that need to be helped. I wish I was in, like I said earlier, I wish I was in that position where I could help. I really do. Because I would. I got you on Discord. I'll have to talk to you off stream one of these days. Because I want to know more, and I would not mind, honestly, running, I would not mind doing a 12-hour or even a 24-hour attempt to do a 24-hour live stream type thing to help raise money for something like that. I wouldn't, not a problem. I'd have to unmonetize my video for it, but, and nobody likes to be demonetized, but I would do that. I would definitely unmonetize my stream to do that. Because I would not want to make a single dollar from having people stop into my stream. I really wouldn't. I would want any money or anything that would be come in, I would want it to go straight into helping something like that. Like, you guys don't even know, like, I'm just sitting there talking about it, like, it makes me mad. We had a young guy that my wife, one of her friends from work was married to the guy, and they ended up getting divorced, and he ended up homeless because of it. And he was a good guy. He was a real good guy. And last November or December, the winter before, one of the two, it happened a couple years ago. He was homeless for maybe 4 months. He was staying out at that encampment that I was talking about. Well, he was trying to cross the river, to get across the river to go to town, to try to go, ask or beg for whatever, and fell through. A lot, and that's usually when a lot of homeless people unfortunately lose it, is when it gets extremely cold. Yeah, I would gladly do a stream with it set up to where donations and everything for that night went all right into something like that. I really would. So yeah, I'd like to talk to you about that off stream. Yeah, for sure, one of these days. It's very sad. And if the thought about it don't even make your eyes want to tinge a little bit, you're more heartless than I am. And I'm a heartless mother trucker. I really am. Because I say that I don't care about people, but clearly, you can tell by the sounds of it, I do. I mean, why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? It's like finding an injured dog or cat on the side of it, you're gonna help them. Unless you're that guy that's gonna put the boot down, you know what I mean? And you don't find that it's worth the time. And if that's the case, those are the ones that need to have the boot brought down on them. Sorry, it's yeah, definitely talk to you about it one of these days here. Try to see if we can't set something up. Maybe do it like over on TikTok or something where a lot more people come through, unfortunately. Not saying that you guys don't come through on YouTube. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. But it just seems like on TikTok, I'm always seeing names popping up saying, hey, this person's coming and this person, and I'm getting like my live streams. I had one live stream, which I'm mad that it don't tell us, but I had one live stream that had over 15,000 views one night, and it was just me playing this. You know what I mean? You imagine 15,000 views, people come through if I'm doing it for a something like that, like a charity thing. 15,000 people. I mean, out of 15,000 people, how many people aren't gonna want to help? You know, maybe half to 3/4. But it's not really about, and it's not, to me, honestly, it's not just about helping the ones that are on the street. It's also about helping the ones that sit in their houses every day, go to work, make tons of money. It's also about trying to make them open their eyes to see that there are people out there that do sometimes naturally need the help and cannot get it. I think is probably the hardest part of what I would like to see done, and that's really open up the eyes of more people. Because a lot of people, when they hear charity, a lot of people will veer away from it because they just think, oh, it's a scam. You're just trying to take the dollar. You know what I mean? And no, honestly, if I were to do that, I would set it up so that there was a link on the channel that if people wanted to donate, they'd be able to click on that to go to there to donate. You know what I mean? Is how I would set it up. Because I don't want the money. I don't want the money to even touch my account. You know what I mean? Because if money goes into my account, my bank gets wind of, oh, hey, he's got money. Oh, let's see if he's got anything outstanding on his bank. You know what I mean? I don't. Unless I overdraw, which I haven't done in like a month. Which it sucks because I live paycheck to paycheck myself. So I know what it's like, man. I swear to God, keeps going the way it's going. I'm gonna be borderline. I'm gonna be live streaming off the street, man. I'm gonna be sucking down McDonald's Wi-Fi while hooked up to an Elon Musk charging block somewhere. Those little Tesla chargers. Wiring it up so I can stream. I'm telling you. And for you younger people out there that are all like, oh, it's alright, I'll just get on disability, I ain't gotta worry about working. It's all based on your income. So if you don't work or you didn't hardly work, expect to make the lowest of the low, and that's what you'll make for the month. Don't pitch a fit. Get a job, work hard, work for your money, you know what they say. Me, I don't make as much as I would like to think that I should. So yeah, it's always there, man. Right? Yeah, just have it sitting out next to an Elon charger thing, and they're like, "What are you doing out here, bud?" No, man, get away from me! Get away from me! Got a bunch of little plastic umbrellas that I ganked from the dollar store. Stole all the umbrellas from the Dollar General. Put them up around me, keep me in the shade, keep my stuff cool. I could see it. Honestly, I could see people doing it. I mean, you get to see these fake videos of people going out into the wilderness and building houses and stuff out of nothing, but yet if you look close enough, you see the big tire tracks where they came in with big trucks to actually level the land for them. They didn't really do it. Yeah, those people that make those videos with the big swimming pools and stuff that you see, those are all fake. They actually use real equipment. They dig the soil up. I was watching a guy that made a behind the thing about it, and they actually go in after they show you, in the parts of it getting knocked down and then being leveled off, right? Well, what they don't show you is that big hole that they show you they start to dig with for the first 5 minutes they use little sticks with, and then they vert back to it and it's a big old huge hole. What they don't show you is the excavator or whatnot that's sitting in the back, and they do their dangest to hide all the tracks, because in about 5 or 6 of their videos, if you actually look at the ground, you'll see big gigantic tire tracks through, and even in the back you'll see an excavator behind one of their trees they tried to hide with the camera angle, and it didn't work right. I love their videos, but they're 100% fake. I mean, I could be fake too. I could be an AI right now. talking on the government's whim, we really wouldn't know it. Yeah, they did have one video where someone seen that they had a front loader sitting there like this. Yeah, it's, don't get me wrong though, I do like watching their videos because they make some really cool looking in-ground swimming pool house like things. So they pretty much give it away to you guys. But yeah, like, that's fake. That is fake. Sorry. Just like wrestling, it's all choreographed. It's fake. They're out there 40 hours a week, just like everybody else, doing something for entertainment. They're entertainers. That's what they are. The real wrestling quit back in the early 80s. Well, late 80s, early 90s. When they really started putting a thing down on it. When, especially with Mankind. The way Mankind was, Mick Foley, he was, you know what I mean? Like, I'm all over the board. I talk about everything. Everything and everything. I don't even care. My mind's just on the wander today, and I'm not sure why I feel like this. I feel like I just can't slow myself down, man. Yeah, I do have the issues that you have to actually go in and get checked for. Stupid stuff. I'm going to talk to your kid for a couple hours. I'm going to tell you what's good with them. We're going to do a bunch of different things around him and see what happens. I was diagnosed ADD, ADHD when I was younger. I'll have times where I'm calm and mellow, and then I'll have times where I'm like this right here, where I'm just like that, like a NASCAR, man. I'm all over the place, exactly like NASCAR, man. You know what I mean? So NASCAR, I don't know about NASCAR. I think that's just I think that might be a rigged thing too, personally. Personally, me, I think that's rigged too. But yeah. But I'm terrible. Like, there's days where I'm like this, and then obviously there's days where a couple days ago where I'm more mellow, calm, relaxed, kick back, you know. And then there's times where I'll sit here. I've actually had it to where I've actually had to stop my stream because I couldn't stay sitting still. I had to get up and move around. And actually, it happens to me a lot with this game. After sitting, that's why I only aim for like 5-6 hours at most sometimes, because I'll start getting so anxious that I have to move around, and I can't play the game that way. I can't do it. And it really bugs the wife because like there'll be days where like she'll want to do stuff and I want to do it, but I'm just like, I just don't know, you know? I just don't know. You know, I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking, like the feeling I'm talking about, but like depression, you know, it's just like, you know what I mean? And I'll tell you right now, if you were to have to label me as alphabet soup, okay? Because that's what I am. See, when it comes to the dirt track stuff, man, I don't know. I mean, I think NASCAR over the years has become so regulated that I mean, to me, it's just not fun to watch. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fun to watch. It's really not. I mean, I used to like watching, go ahead, you guys can laugh, whatever you want, I don't care. Jeff Gordon was my driver. I absolutely loved every car he had. Everything from his Superman car all the way down to, what other ones were there? I don't know what other ones there really were. Superman was the best one, I think. That was the one I liked the most, was the Superman car. But his DuPont paint job, absolutely loved the paint job. Oh my God, it's a rainbow. No. Oh, don't take offense, nobody, but remember earlier I was talking about rainbows? I'm disappointed in rainbows, you know? Jeff Gordon was my guy. He was taught by Earnhardt Sr. You know, he was taken off the dirt track and brought to the concrete. You know, brought to the asphalt jungle. So no, he's not. Sorry, I'll argue that one till the day I die. No, he's not. Him and Stewart were on a team for a while, were they not? Or was that somebody else? I don't remember. But no. I've never looked at Stewart as better. Especially when Stewart looked up to some of those other guys to still teach him stuff. Nah, dude. He may have got better as the years went on, but back when I was watching it, nah. No, Gordon had him beat in every aspect, man. I don't know. I also liked the old McDonald's car back in the day too. I can't remember what his name was. That was old though. I mean, they ain't had that McDonald's car since the mid 90s. I think when McDonald's actually pulled out of being a main sponsor. I'm a Rainbow Warrior, man. It's the only Rainbow Warrior I am. You ain't getting me to fight for any other cause unless it's Jeff Gordon. I won't even play a NASCAR game if it doesn't have Jeff Gordon's in it. I won't even play it. I won't. Jeff Gordon is the only car I use ever. And he had a Scooby-Doo car too. I almost forgot about his Scooby-Doo car that he had. He had one with Scooby-Doo on it for a minute. I don't remember what that was for, though. I think that was for a charity cause or something. Bill Elliott. Yeah, there you go. He was. I liked watching Bill Elliott, but then again, I mean, he got the same name too. So if you're a professional and you got the name Bill or Billy in your name, I got you. I'm there with you, my guy. You're not alone. Rusty Wallace was good. I liked watching Rusty drive. You get old man Rusty out there with old Earnhardt Sr. when they'd be racing. Oh man, back then that was the best. Rubbin was racing. Nowadays, I mean, you do something like that, you get docked. You know, you can't leave a good donut on the side of somebody's car anymore. You can't intentionally swerve in front of them and nick them, you know, or you know what I mean, or intentionally nick the back of their car with the front of your car. You can't do that no more. Like, they can, you know what? That's why people got into racing in the first place, for the thrill of the ride and what? The danger. You know, the danger zone. That's what they were there for. Oh, Crusty Rusty, yeah. I ain't heard that said in a decade or two. I'm old, but I'm not that old to the point that some of the stuff was forgetful, but it was good to watch back. God dang voodoo magic again. Now it's dark out. Didn't go gradually, man. It went, oh look, you got like the blah. We're hitting you with the Demon King, man. You're over. See, I'm not sure as to what state a lot of them were from. I never really followed that. But I will admit, I did get to meet and see the McDonald's car while it sat in the trailer while going through Kentucky one time. Because I was traveling and I stopped for the night at a rest stop in Kentucky to get some rest, and I'm sitting there and I heard this rumbling sound, like, you know, tractor trailers pulling in, and I'm sitting there, you know, I sit up in my chair, in my seat, you know, I was young, I lit up a cigarette at the time, I'm sitting there looking out the window, and I'm watching these semis come through, And then the one pulls right up in front of me. It's got the big old McDonald's sign. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. So I walk over to look at this semi-trailer. And I asked the guy, it's like, why don't you have a conditioning unit on the front of this trailer? He goes, what do you mean? I was like, well, it's a McDonald's trailer. Clearly not registering. He goes, oh, because I'm not hauling that type of McDonald's products. I was like, what are you hauling? He's like, would you like to see? And he walked me to the side, and he opened up the slider door on the side where you can pull the ladder down to walk up in to look at the car. He goes, check this out. And I walked up, and sure as stuff, there sat the McDonald's car. I was like, dude. He's like, here you go, have this. And he handed me a T-shirt that they had sitting in a basket in the corner of the box. I was like, what? And I still have the shirt at my grandma's house hanging up in the closet. Still have it. Yep. That's why I like the McDonald's car. And it turned out that all those tractor trailers that were there were cars for the races that they were all on their way. The one car that I could not find that I wanted was Jeff Gordon's. Their trailer was not there. If I could have met Jeff Gordon, I'd have been done. I would have been happy. It's like my brother, me, my mom, my brother, we all went to a thing here. It was down by Detroit. It was oh, whoops! I got something on my horn part here on the thing, so I was trying to wipe it off. We were going down to Detroit for it was a concert thing. I was going to hang out with some friends, and my brother wanted to go watch Billy Ray Cyrus with my mom. And my mom and me are both, obviously I'm a Billy Ray Cyrus fan. Billy, you know, it is what it is. I don't care what you say. But I actually like some of his old music. And that old Country Roads that he made with that one kid, I like that song. But I remember my mom, she come down and picked me and my friend up from where we were at while my brother was sitting there with a couple of his buddies. They were in this big old huge long line waiting, you know, for you know, to get signatures and whatnot. And Billy Ray Cyrus, me and my buddy are standing there with my mom, my brother and his buddies. They're standing there. Billy Ray comes out and he goes, all right, first person to get to me can get my signature. My brother literally, yellow Lamborghini in front of him, my little brother, right up over the top, that ran right up over the entirety of that whole car just to get to Billy Ray Cyrus. No joke. Like, yeah, we got out of there quicker than crap after he got that signature. Like, my brother was a chunky little thing, man. He looked like the Marshmallow Man when he was a little kid. Okay? Stay Puft. Okay? Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But when Billy Ray Cyrus came out and said, first person to get to me, we'll get the signature first. And when the people moved, my brother ran over that Lamborghini, no joke, ran right over the top of it. Just right over it, dude. Right up over. And that's my brother's favorite car. Like, I'm surprised he didn't stop and just, like, start, like, you know what I mean? Like, just start drooling over. He ran over that to get to Billy Ray Cyrus to get a signature. I was dumbfounded. I was like, thinking if that was my car, I would have done smashed your face in the ground if you were a kid or not. Like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, he ran over this Lamborghini, just zoop, right over the hood. I just zoop. Like, no joke. Like what you would see, like, kids do in, like, a movie. Like, he just. You guys remember that movie Fat Albert from the 90s? Where he looked like he was slow motion. He would just run like a. That was my brother, dude. No joke. My brother went Fat Albert, flash mode mix, dude. Like, he busted loose, man. Like, I swear to God. But he's also the reason I got a bad right knee, too. My brother, not Billy Ray Cyrus. My brother decided one night while we were out camping that he was going to eat some marshmallows. Well, I just ate the last few marshmallows, so he turned my knee into a marshmallow with a hot poker. Like, I got the scar too, man. Right on the right side of my leg. He come over. My mom was cleaning pokers off, cleaning them off, you know, and had them in the fire, cleaning them off. He asked me for the marshmallows. I handed him the empty bag. He looked at me and said, okay. 2 seconds later, I got 1.5 inches of hot steel in my, right down to my kneecap. And I was just like, ah. And then my left knee, he stabbed me with a fillet knife. Abused, dude. Abused ain't no word for it. Dude, what are you talking about? That was brotherly love, man. I broke his collarbone a few years later with just one punch. I mean, he blew up my leg. I mean, he shot me in the foot too with a 410 when we were little out rabbit hunting. I think he did that on purpose. But we both had to wear, my stepdad made us both wear steel-toed boots out, or you know, like steel-toed boots out in the snow to go hunting. He didn't want us to step in any rabbit traps or anything like that because people do trap around where we live. So we were wearing, boots with steel toe, and they have like not steel, but almost like a heavy-duty aluminum on the inside of the leg area around your calf and whatnot. I don't know. I think he made them personally. He put the metal in them, but it was so that we didn't get hurt while we're out walking. He's been stuck in a couple of traps, I guess. So he don't mess around. But yeah, I remember doing that. My brother shot me in the foot with a 410, man. Rabbit. My stepdad spooked a rabbit up out of a bush, and the thing went running. Ran right across my foot. Instead of my brother shooting any other time, man, when it's wide open, he pulls the trigger on my foot, man. I was just like, what? Yeah, I was 10, he was 8. Yeah, he was about 15 feet away from me when he was following that thing. I said, don't you? And he, boom, man. I'll tell you what, this day, man, the flashback I get of that is from RoboCop. You know, when he's sitting there and he's got RoboCop on the ground before he becomes RoboCop, and he goes neener neener neener, and then he does the fight. You know, that's what that sound runs through my mind every time I get a flashback of that, getting shot at by my brother. Neener 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 neener. Can't shoot him in the face. Take out his foot. My brother, man, I'll tell you what. We hate each other with a passion. He's getting a lump of coal from me this year for Christmas. I've already got it picked out for him. I was under the house the other day doing those gas lines, so I crawled under there and grabbed him a chunk. It's about the size of a softball. Like, no shot. I'll take a picture of it later. I can't believe I just said that. Mom, copying my kids. I didn't mean to say that. I don't like those new terms, man. I think some of them new terms are just totally tubular, dude. That's what. Yeah, no, I'll take a picture of it, you guys, and I'll put it in Discord. I got it sitting down next to my door. Actually, I've been going 4 hours already. Well, I can't tell. My arm is numb. I can't even, I'm not even paying attention. I'm just working right now. I got my arm on the using my numb arm to run my steering wheel. So yeah, that's why my steering looks a little funny. For you guys who are new, if you're curious, what does he mean by his numb arm? I have nerve damage in my neck. So therefore, I can't do anything that I would like to really do. So I do this. But I'll tell you what, though, with the issues with my nerves in my neck, using the steering wheel actually is helping me build muscle. You know, so I can stay at least looking decent. You know, everybody likes to look decent. Everybody's got to look decent. What's he doing? Oh my God, he shut it off. Look at me. I'm ripped. That's what I look like right there. Let me suck it in. Nope. Nope, that's me right there. Right there. I don't even got to suck it in to look like that. I used to... Actually, I weigh about 180. Not going to joke, though, you guys. When I graduated high school, I weighed 91 pounds. All muscle. All muscle. 91 pounds. Now, if you go in and you look for videos of me where it shows me fully standing there looking at you at the camera, and you look at the camera and you go, wow, That guy used to be 91 pounds. All muscle. No joke. Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that one. Oh, I hate that one. What the heck is cap? I got a cap right here, man. I got a cap right here on my water bottle. I got a cap here on my pop bottle. I got a cap on my pill bottle. I mean, what type of cap are we talking? I mean, I got caps for playing pogs, which those are called caps. You know, I mean, what type of cap are we talking, man? I ask my kids this all the time when they say, like, what cap? I don't see a cap. I'm not even wearing my ball cap right now. Where's that at? That's sitting on the banister out by the stairs. You know, like, what cap we talking? Dude, some of that stuff bugs me so bad. And I try not to be verbal about it. I really don't. But, oh. Yeah. Oh. Alright, you guys. I am going to take a quick break because I need to stand up. Because I don't want... Yeah. It is... It all depends. It depends. There are hats and there are caps. A cap technically should refer to, if I'm correct, something that is small, with a small bill to it. Some even have no bills. And you know what those caps get used for? The Jewish people wear them. What are those things called they put on their heads? Those are technically a cap. Technically, it's a cap. And what they used to call the baseball hats back in the day? They didn't call them a baseball hat, they called it a baseball cap. Ain't that weird? Right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me about 10, 15 minutes. I gotta take my dog outside. And all that good jazz. So give me about 10 minutes. I'm gonna... I got me facing... Oh, I can't control myself when I'm in the... Actually, not in the game, when I'm off the side screen like that. I was kind of hoping I could here. Let me turn you guys this way so you guys can look at my beefy physique. Look at him. He's actually got my beard and my glasses on. Dude, he stole my glasses. Someone get him back. Quick. See what I mean? I'm weird. I'll be back in like 12 minutes, you guys. I'm sorry. Back in Alright, I'm back, chat. I'm back. Huh. So I guess a couple people didn't like what I had to say in my little rant earlier. We had 2 people unsubscribe. You know what I gotta say? Who cares? Losers. Why would you unsubscribe? This is a great channel. You don't know what you're missing. I'm probably one of the chillest guys you'll find. I really don't care about a whole lot. I just noticed, because I check my stuff every day. I check my stats every day. And every morning I check them, you know. Kind of tells me where I'm at and what's going on. I was at 1576, now I'm at 1574. Let's go. We're aiming for 2K, you guys. You know, that way I can hopefully do a good giveaway. You guys got to be active. You guys got to be able to say hi and stuff like that in chat. Hit the like, you know. As long as you guys are subscribed to the channel. My bot that I have does keep track of everything, so I keep track of every chat. Even the ones you guys think that you hide that I won't be able to see, or that you take away real quick. I see all those too. Yes, sir. I really do. But it is dark, and I hate working in the dark. So, fellas, we're gonna come over here and take a little nap. And hopefully, that will fix, well, I ain't gonna fix our issue on anything, except for the light. 8 o'clock, bright and early. I like to be up at 6, that way I'm streaming by 8. Alright. And the thing is, okay, so I'm trying to work on a car for a friend, right? Trying to put a couple extra bucks in my pocket. And they had bought this car, right? It needed all new everything in the front. All new front suspension, everything minus the shocks and struts, because the other people put those in. So I said, you know, since I have 30 plus years of light mechanical experience, you know, working on cars, doing stuff like that, the underbody, the motor, certain parts of the engine, you know what I mean? Simple stuff, easy stuff. Plugs, wires, oil change, you know, starter, you name it, I can do it to a motor. Minus the rebuild, because I haven't never had to rebuild a motor myself. I've always wanted to, but I've just never had the real chance to. So, anyway, they ordered, the people that owned the car before our friends bought it, had bought the parts for it, and they sent one of the ball joints is the wrong ball joint. So I sat there, because the ball joint is pre-attached to the lower control arm, and the ball joint part is wrong. The rest of it's perfect, but the ball joint is a different ball joint. So I had to, we had to order another one. I ordered it yesterday about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Comes from Detroit, because, you know, I live in Michigan, and I go through a company called Detroit Axle. They don't know my channel name. Well, they used to, under the other channel, the other name that I had, that I'm not going to mention, but yeah, I go through Detroit Axle for a lot of, like, my stuff for vehicles, and they're always really good on their prices. Like, for 2 control arms for this Impala that I'm working on, right, with control arms, and with the extra bushings and everything you need for the rest of the suspension under the front, and the power steering arms, control arms, $130, give or take. But yet, if you go to Riley's or Advanced, just for one control arm, they want $144 for it. So I was like, that's fine. I got my whatever account, you know, where I can get a better discounted deal. So I used that, and it was supposed to be here Friday, right? I was just sitting outside wife was getting ready to leave for her thing, and the FedEx man dropped it off to me, and it wasn't supposed to be here till tomorrow or Saturday, and it's already here today. So, that means I possibly will not be doing an afternoon stream because I gotta call them up, and I'm gonna go over and put that control arm on. Why? Because I'm greedy and I want my money. I want to get paid for the work I'm doing that's hurting, man. Especially when it leaves me curled up in a ball. Because I'm exerting way too much and I shouldn't be doing it. But, it's money, and I technically can work up to 20 hours a week doing physical labor, but I'm not keeping track of it. I'm just doing something for a friend, crying out loud. Did it change it back? Change back a bit. No, why does it not feel like it's working right, man? I don't know. It's weird. Appreciate you guys all sticking around, hanging out with me. Ooh, we got 5 people in here? We had what? 7 or 8 when I went to break. It happens. Sorry, I had to. My dog, he sat down in his kennel because when I'm doing this and the wife's sleeping, he has to be in the kennel because I don't want no messes. So yeah, I took him out. He was all happy-go-lucky, and I kind of lose track of it anyway when I'm out there because I'm just looking at my garden. And I got a mulberry bush that is so loaded with berries right now that I just stood there and just started picking berries like crazy. I love mulberries. Anybody else here like mulberries? I like mulberry pie and mulberry jam. And I like to mix my berries so where they're not like 100% ripe and the other ones are, you know what I mean? So like the mulberry will be white when they first start out, and then they'll start to turn pink. You know, they'll get like a pinkish color, and then when they get ready to ripe, they go right black, straight to black. Well, the darkest purple you'll ever see, because if you smush it, they turn purple. I'd say the darkest purple you'd ever see. It almost look black, right? So I like to get them when they still have a little bit of red hue to them. You know, half the berry will be a little red, so they're not 100% ripe. Because those are a little tart, you know, a little, ooh, like, why did I eat that, you know? It's a little tart. And, oh man, I love mixing like a half and half mix of half tart and half sweet together. Makes such the sweetest jam. You don't even need to use sugar because the berries got all the natural sugars in them that it needs. Next year I'm gonna set up a water ring around it, like a watering hose type thing, you know, in a ring shape, to water it, to keep it watered. Because next season I'm setting up. I'm gonna buy a bunch of that screen for your windows, right? And I'm gonna build me a bunch of little catch-alls to put underneath of it, so that way as they're getting ripe I can just reach up, grab the branches and lightly shake the branches so the berries will fall onto the catch-alls. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make me up all kinds of jam next fall, man. And I'm gonna increase my garden size for next season too. I'm tearing out my old shed that I got out back and putting a garden in it. Putting a garden in its place. Right now, if you guys have seen the shorts of my garden, about my garden, it's not big, but it's not small. I'm gonna expand it out to double the size. Right now, I'm only, in my space, I've got 13 tomato plants. I got maybe 9 or 10 stalks of corn growing. Five plants of potatoes. 5 cucumber, because that's all that's sprouted, which is gonna give me a lot of cucumbers. I've already got little baby cucumbers starting right now. I got little, like, 1.5-inch looking little cucumbers starting. So adorable. I'll make a short out of it later, either today or tomorrow. I'll go out and make a little video and show everybody my little garden update. So they look so good. Oh, I got a bush. I got a set of tomatoes. I think they're cherry tomatoes. They're already going in full bloom. All nice yellow flowers popping all up over on them, looking pretty. And no, I am not growing any of that devil's lettuce. I am not growing that stuff. No, sir, Bob. I don't deal with the devil's lettuce. The happy broccoli. I don't mess with that. We ain't growing none of that stuff. No, sir. But I got 2 rows of onions. I got three bell pepper plants grown. 4 bell pepper plants grown. Sorry. One already has what look like 1/8-inch little baby bell peppers starting to, turn up on the end of the little pods that are dropping. Have the bell peppers on them. So I got some of those starting. They were in flower a week ago. I just noticed the flowers were missing yesterday. And I noticed in its place there's little baby peppers. So I got green peppers, red peppers, and yellow bell peppers growing. Just a second. I thought I heard someone knock on the door. Maybe I was wrong. I could have swore I heard it. I wonder how much we've got in here. I've been filling this up for a while now. It's got to be close to 1.5 million at the least. But I don't know. I mean, I have been steadily working, right? I mean, we've widened that out. I've gotten that all the way over to there. It needs to go a little bit further on that side, but I think it's good for now. What's going on? Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're just cleaning off the top stuff here. Well, I am. I'm cleaning off the top stuff. What's everybody doing today? Aiming for 20 likes, give away 5 free memberships today, but I've only got 19 minutes left before I call her good for the stream today. We ain't got close to it. I thought we would with all the people popping in. That's all good. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. The ones that smashed that like for me, you guys are super epic. Remember, you guys, we break 2K subscribers, I will be doing a giveaway. It's gonna be it'll be either 2 copies of this, or 2 copies of ARK, or a copy of this and a copy of ARK, depending on what the 2 people that get drawn for it would, Yeah. Remember, man, I'm chill over here, you guys. And when I do a giveaway, it'll be done at the beginning of the month whenever I do it. Like, so okay, let's say if we hit it today, right? The giveaway technically wouldn't happen until the beginning of the month, because unfortunately that's when I get paid. got that guy loaded up, I'd dump him real quick too. You know what? I actually, you guys, I like this truck over that truck. I'm not gonna lie. And I like Caterpillar. I like the brand, period. I mean, I don't mind Komatsu either. I've been seeing a lot of those around. I mean, I don't mind the brand. A lot of people are using them. They seem dependable, you know, from what I've heard and listening to people. So, I mean, overall though, for a mod, if you guys are new, this is out of FS Miner's newest mining mod set, number 8. I pulled it out of the mod set to bring it over because some of the stuff just won't work for FS25 right now. I don't know why. I don't know. I've already sent them a message about it. Hopefully they'll be able to figure it out because I'd really like to use the rest of the stuff. But this is the guy that I got and decided I was going to try out today, you know, to see what he was running like. And I mean, he works. He works really great. You do got to go in if you want to make adjustments because each one of these has their own individual, you know what I mean? I'm wondering what would happen if I put that to 3. It'd probably clear it out a little bit front, you know, a little bit out in the front more. But yeah, that's not bad. I mean, it's not bad. Like I said, it's an FS Miners mod. If you would like to get their mods, you do got to go to King's Mods to get them. But I guess that's like their exclusive place for their mods. So yeah, really cool though, really nice mods. All these that you're seeing, like this tractor right here, all this equipment that you're seeing that I've got, minus my tractor and my trailer, it's all FS Mining. I really should give them just a straight out shout out in the chat or in the comment section or something, not in the comment section, but in the description. I will after I'm done with the stream. I'll put it in there. You know what? He'd probably be the guy I'd want to talk to about the map that I'm looking to have, that I would like to have made. And I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to charge me a pretty penny for it, a couple $100, I'm sure. I don't know what they charge for stuff like that. But yeah, I got a very, very good idea for a map. And honestly, I think that in my line of streaming, I think a lot of you guys would like this idea that I've got for a map. But yeah, I appreciate you guys all tuning in today, man. It's been an epic day. You guys all sat around. I'm just sitting here shooting the crap, talking about whatever's coming to my mind. I must have offended a couple of people, and again, I'm sorry. I don't intend to offend anybody with anything I say. I mean, obviously my thoughts are mine alone, and everybody else has their own thoughts. You know, we're all our own individual people. But I guess it's like that song, you know, whatever I make up in denial, you know, I'll make up for it in other ways. Don't worry.
You went in for a 13 instead they did a 31.
Nah, I appreciate you guys all tuning in today, though, man. It's been an epic day. Epic day. I've been juiced all day, man. I've just been feeling good all day, man. It's insane. Oh no. Dumped a little bit in the hole. It's all good. So where are you guys all from, man? It says we got 5 people in here. Where are you guys all from, man? What part y'all about from? Oh, inside there, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm a little weird. I'm gonna get over there. I'm gonna get that part put on. Hopefully get it done quick enough. Then I can be back for some Call of Duty. Play a little bit of Call of Duty before I do some Ark later. That'd be great, man. Oh, wouldn't that be that'd be the bee's knees. As long as it goes in like the driver's side did, easy peasy lemon squeezy, I'll be alright, you know what I mean? I've done a lot of work today, though. I'd say I've done a good job, man. That's what I would say. What's going on? Welcome in. How was your day? I don't know why I decided to turn around on this one. Figured put a little hecticness to it. I don't know. Maybe a little hectic. How you doing, welcome in? What you guys got going on today? Shouldn't be turning with it up in the air like that. Top heavy turn, man. Get enough speed going, you're gonna lose it. At least in this, the stuff don't spill out if you tip over, which would be a cool addition. Not gonna lie, I think that'd be awesome. Like tip this trailer over and it just like starts to just pile up like crazy down there. Million liters all over the place. I mean, look how close I am to the edge. You would think I'd put like a fence or something there to keep it from going over. But I don't. I do that intentionally because if I accidentally hit him and he goes over, that's contact. And like I said earlier, with my arm being numb, my arm and hand being numb all the time like it is, and I'm using that for steering, anything could happen. That's like letting a stranger drive your car. Or some other unusual things. That the thing I like about this Komatsu the most, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, is the ability that I could choose the colors I wanted and I didn't have to get stuck with just that yellow. No offense, yellow for me is just Yeah, I really do. I do enjoy the FS Miner mods, though, especially considering that they go for mining. You know, that's all it's really for. I love it. Mining and logging. Honestly, this right here is the only reason I got into Farm Sim, truthfully, was for the mining part. Because I've always wanted to do the mining part. I said I was watching the squad for a couple of years do it on 19 and starting on 20 and doing it on 22. And then I bought 22 a year and a half ago. Was it almost 2 years ago now, Ben? Since I started playing Farming Simulator. Yeah, I'd say that, about 2 years. Maybe a little less. I love it. Love this game. Yeah, I was bummed when I first bought FS22 because, you know, at first I thought you could do mining on it. I didn't realize it was a mod. I got it. I remember the day that I streamed. Just a sec. Just a minute. Sorry about that. Well, I got an air conditioner in my spare room to help keep it cool. Because upstairs in my game room it gets extremely hot. Like if it's 100 outside, it'll be almost 120 in my gaming room because of my PC and everything that I got in here that's running. So I got an AC in my spare room. Well, when it's decent out, you know, I put the AC in the window and I have a big board. You know, there's a big piece that's cut out to go over the top of it to just cover the hole. Well, I vent the air underneath the door so that it's extremely cold in there, so it's like ice when it's coming out of under the door, you know, with the fan pulling it. And freaking bird ran into the board, and that's what I thought it was somebody knocking on the door. No, the board got knocked over. There's a goddamn robin flying around in the room. Good thing there ain't nothing in there, but it was just the fact that it was like, what the heck, man? Like, sounded like someone kicking my door down. Don't hit it. I'm already flirting with the abyss down there. Knock it off, man. Got a couple fresh eyes in here, it says. What you guys up to? How you doing? Hopefully you're all doing great. Oh, dude, why'd you go up so quick, man? Sometimes my mouse is quick about stuff. Sometimes it's just like, no, we're gonna take our time. And there's other times it wants to just work. We're gonna be playing some Call of Duty later, I hope. Like I said, as long as it don't take long to put that thing on. And then, some art later. And if I don't get to my Call of Duty, I'll get to the art, you know what I mean? Or maybe I'll just do Call of Duty later and just say we're getting them out, you know what I mean? Oh, today's Thursday. Today's wipe day on Rust. Oh, man. Do I want to go try to build a base later today? I didn't get in this month at the beginning to get it when they wiped the blueprints too, so I'd be going in a fresh noob, I'd be getting tore up by everybody with their little pew-pews taking all my stuff, man. I always thought back in the day having a server, a Rust server would be cool, but now that I run 3 servers, 2 for ARC and 1 for this for channel members, it's not as cool as I thought. There's a lot you gotta do. Ugh. Ran right into that, man. Ran right into it. Spilled my coffee. Dropped his Coca-Cola. That's a drink of choice for me. Oh my god, McDonald's does have the best Coca-Cola ever, though. I swear to God. I think they put cinnamon in it. And cinnamon is... I do appreciate you guys all tuning in today. If you guys enjoy this content, make sure you smash that like, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, come check us out. We're pretty chill over here. Just let them know it is a mature channel, so sometimes things do come out that's a little bit more adult like. Alright, let's see what we've got, you guys. Let's see what we've got, man. I've been doing this for, well, been at it for 5 hours now. So let us see. Back him up. Park him. Okay, welcome in. What's going on, buddy? How is Jack in second place, man? He should be like, I would have figured with as much he's been on there, I would figure he'd been in first place, man. Oh, it's going, man. It's going. The one car part that I had to order for a vehicle that I'm dealing with just came in, so I'm hitting my 5-hour mark, so I'm gonna be calling it good. I'm gonna try to finish this car off for a friend so I can be done with it. Look at the size of this bucket. You see how much smaller this bucket is compared to that? And I'm carrying 14 in this one, and I can only carry 12 in that one over there. You notice that? Don't get me wrong, both of them are great. They're both good. They're both good toys to use. You know what I mean? If you want something that's smaller, right, that holds more, and you can handle the sound of the hydraulics for their steering and everything or whatever going, then you're good to go. This right here is your idealistic excavator. Jesus God, Rochambeau for that one. Yeah, that's your that'd be your choice right there. Now, if you want something that's more sleek and lower to the ground, then you want to go with that 3000 one that they have that's in the store, which I'm not really a gigantic fan of it. I'll show that off real quick. But it is, like I said, this one's used for being more in caves, you know, in the tunnels with. So, yeah. That guy is epic. Really, really nice. It's really nice because of the amount that you get, which is crazy because that doesn't give you an amount. And I think there might be more bucket pieces. I will check and find out. Very nice, very nice. There's a lot of good mods for the PlayStation 5, but make sure you get a 2 terabyte SD card to put inside your PS5 or bigger. Or bigger, because you will need it. Not just for this game, but you will need it. I got like 30 games on my PS5. I got a 2 terabyte hard drive, a 4 terabyte external hard drive, and whatever terabyte my PlayStation came with. So, yeah, you need room. You really do need some room. I got a lot of games. I got a lot of games on my PS5. Think about it though. I've been streaming from my PlayStation for like 5 years, 6 years. So, streaming from it. So I've got games on my PS4 that I've converted to my PS5 as well. So I've got a lot of games in my library. Just not a lot that I play anymore. Yeah, I'm just not. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. But vehicle leasing. Oh, brother. Man, I was gonna step out, but then I seen I don't want no leases, man. Hey, the Ripper. No, it's both of them. Okay, you know what? You're a cool dozer. You're a D7. I found a D11. Going for that double digits. There, you ain't charging me no more, suckers. Ah, take that, weenies. Ain't getting my money. Oh, and it's even got his little tag on. Look at that. Kind of dirty. Kind of dirty. See it? It's up there. You can lightly make it out. FS and then just a minor underneath. But that's where both these tractors come from, is from the FS Miners collection. I have collection number 7 and collection number 8. So, okay, cool. Yeah, you're good then. God dang. But yeah, like, great mods, great mod author. So, big shout out to him for making these. These are sweet. Hopefully he gets more mining stuff brought in and maybe can figure out how to do some horizontal shafts eventually so we can do some actual in-ground cave digging. Would be awesome. But hey, I'm not complaining. It's a great game. I love it. Remember, you guys, I hit 2K. I'm giving away 2 games. Either 2 of these or 2 Ark. It's whatever the 2 people that get picked for it get. But with that being said, you know what's up. Y'all have a great day. Y'all stay safe. Peace out, and I'll catch you guys back here for the next one.